Set and start for realsies. Okay. Hard, and let's go. So right off rip here, there's some big changes between New Game Plus and New Game. New Game Plus has access to an additional extras menu at the very beginning here, which allows us to turn off these axe segments.
Hold still.
So we can do this Disgorgon fight immediately. Little time save there. Super nice, actually. Though, unfortunately, a like second or two you can lose on Disgorgon is really not important at the end of the day. If that's the difference between you and PB, there's a lot more issues you have, or you're really, really good already. Those are like the two conditions. If Disgorgon's the difference, you're, you know, those 2 seconds are getting you PB or not, the whole rest of the run is not consistent enough, or you're so consistent that maybe you should move to a different game. If those 2 seconds are the difference between life and death, I think I'd choose death. Anyhow. So yeah, right off rip, we can skip these axe segments in a New Game Plus run. It's an extra option. There's actually a few options in the extra menu. I'll go over real quick right now. We can select our dates for Gold Saucer Visit 1 and 2. It's only really important in chapter, the second visit. But for the first one, I have it set to Barrett so that we can skip some cutscenes, I think. Or dialogue, rather. The second one is more important because you want to have Claude, Tifa, Aerith for that party. So you want to pick Tifa or Aerith for that date. Really doesn't matter which one you want. I use Tifa because it's easier to keep the characters in the same party composition. The other things we have are also, there's an option to slow down or reduce the amount of slowdown in tactical menu. I have messed with it before, but from what I can tell is that only applies to actually like VR fights, or at least so I've been told, but it actually doesn't apply to like normal combat. They may have changed it in a recent update, I'm not 100% sure. There's no benefit to removing the tactical slowdown, sort of. Honestly, the tactical slowdown makes getting the correct timing for inputs a lot easier. But honestly, you could turn it down a bit and lose a little bit less time, I guess. Maybe. I'm not really sure how that would like work out at the end of the day. The other things are, you can also select to pick up transmutation items off the ground instantaneously, which is something we don't bother with because we've already done all the item transmutation we need. And because we're in hard mode, items are locked anyway, so most of the consumables we would recraft, we don't need to. The only usable consumable in hard is actually the cushions for the benches in the overworld, which is the one way we can recover MP in between chapters.
Calling lightning, gotta say.
There we go.
That one felt pretty good.
Head up the side of the mountain here. Most of these fights, we're just trying to get to the other side of the arena as quickly as possible, because Cloud's combat movement is faster than his non-combat movement. That's annoying. Ideally, you slide over this rock here, but I didn't do the movement right.
All yours.
This is a 2-part fight, so it really doesn't matter how we kill him as long as we kill him immediately. The ATB boost is just there to get us in a position where we can one-shot both phases immediately. These next couple of fights we don't actually need to interact with, so we move through them immediately. But yeah, for the extra menu, we can also turn off Zack segments, which applies to a few things that aren't Zack segments, oddly enough. There's actually a few segments with Cloud and Aerith that get cut as well, which is nice. But right off rip, it saves us like a minute from not having to do the initial Zack fight. And there is some variance since we don't have access to our tactical inputs for Zack, so it can end up saving an extra 10 seconds of RNG, depending on how bad things go.
It's a dead end. Rockslide took out the bridge a while ago.
Okay.
Come on back, okay?
Okay.
That's a bit annoying. So a lot of these slow walking segments, we want to try and do terrain movement if possible. The movement in general was just big poopy, but whatever. The other thing is the date, actually, the second date actually has 2 options. The character itself in a quote-unquote intimate setting, which is an additional cutscene that's displayed after the first portion of the Skywheel
Gotta
Square.
make a detour through a Shinra
That
facility.
intimate is only achievable when the characters have a full smiley face on their affection meter. Fortunately, that doesn't require max, so you can see that with very minimal time investment for each character. Unfortunately, though, for hard mode, we want the final party to join the final fight in a certain order, which I'll talk about later when we're actually at a point where we're manipulating affection. Or where we could manipulate affection. I want to say there's something else I'm forgetting in that extra menu, but I could be wrong. I probably am. I think there's 6 options in it, but it's whatever. The other one doesn't matter either. The tactical slowdown is the only one I've been forgetting to mention for a majority of the runs. We're just going to ATB boost here and throw a Thundaga. Screamers are weak to fire,
Felt pretty good.
but a fire isn't consistent enough to kill here. And by isn't consistent enough, I mean it just flat out doesn't do enough damage. We'd need to add Berserk on, which is a buff/debuff that we'll be using throughout the course of the game, much like we did in Remake. Difference is we only have 1 Fury Ring, so Berserk is not as common as it was in the previous Remake run. Honestly, like, we had 2 good accessories. It was Gotterdammerung and Fury Ring, so there was no reason to not use Berserk on everybody, honestly. However, we got Genji Glove in this game, which will allow us to break damage cap from 9,999 to 99,999. And because of that, we slapped that on Cloud, since he can Berserk himself. Nobody else can. Berserk does not target your party, ever, unless you, like, reflect it off an enemy. And we actually can't cast Reflect ourselves. So there's no way to, like, self-Berserk outside of Cloud's built-in game mechanics, where he's in Punisher mode, and if you hold square, he'll stab the ground, and if that stab hits an enemy, he'll inflict a temporary Berserk to himself,
Then let me go first.
which lasts about 10 seconds. I think, yeah, it lasts about 10 seconds, but that 30% damage buff is very useful with the damage break on Genji. Because we can finally break out of that 9,000 damage, there's a lot of places where we're going to spam tier 3 spells instead of tier 2 or tier 1 spells, because we can get way more damage out of it than the earlier tiers. Also, we have access to a lot of buffs and debuffs in this game. Bravery and Faith will give us a 20% buff as well, damage-wise. In some cases, we can also Berserk enemies, so they take 30% more. And we can even go as far as D-Protect D-Shell, which will increase their damage taken. The D-Protect D-Shell doesn't get used too much, though, unfortunately. That's a very weird pattern.
Now, buzz off.
I'm not sure why the fight started that way, but whatever. I've never had the Chimeras just gotta go, wait, places! Alright, now we can start.
More Mako gas ahead.
Interesting. So Nibelheim here is supposed to be the introductory chapter. In New Game, we would be heavily relying on Sephiroth because he had all the elements magnified, so we could just clear the fights here, but because we have Genji Glove to overdamage, and we have Cloud set up, it's just better to go this way with him. The other thing is the New Game Plus Sephiroth actually has a unique set of materia, so he loses Magnify on pretty much everything and gains a bunch of defensive materia, like Barrier, M-Barrier, Wall, things like that, that massively increase survivability and cure Magnify for healing.
Now we're talking. Calling lightning.
Ideally, we climb up this before Tifa, but I didn't get the movement right. It's unfortunate. The trick is, like, you roll out of the Thundaga while you're holding into the wall, and depending on if you hit it at the right time, the game will give Cloud priority to start climbing. It's not 100% consistent, so it's just something I go for. I think it might just be more optimal to kill the enemies immediately rather than do all that nonsense first, because I gotta, like, roll, ATB boost, Thundaga, roll, rather than just Thundaga roll like you do right here.
If it's a fight you want,
The one thing is Twin Brain actually can survive the Thundaga Magnify if the damage roll is too low. There's a few places that actually comes up. In Remake, because we, like, always had Fury Ring on, we'd always have that 30%, so it really didn't, damage ranges didn't really start showing up till way late in the game. And then at that point, we could just upgrade to tier 3 spells. Tier 3 spells have a lot bigger cost in this game, as in they cost 2 ATB now instead of 1. But there is a trade-off where they have higher damage output and some other very important features that make them super useful.
Calling it sloppy. Get him!
This ATB stinks.
Nice in it. Buzz off.
Sephiroth, take the lead.
I won't let you down.
I switched to Sephiroth there, even though you normally... Hello? You normally wouldn't. The main reason I did that is because, I need to use Zanshin with Sephi to kill there. Literally anything, actually. Thunder would be fine, too. But, because he started with really bad ATB, it would have taken forever to let the AI build it. So I opted to swap myself, hit the Zoo once with Sephi, which would build enough ATB because I'm in control, and then use Zanshin as I'm switching back to Cloud. The thing is, ATB building on the AI is incredibly nerfed, and the only way to build AI's ATB quickly is by A, switching to the AI and doing the inputs yourself, which is very frustrating, but it's been like that since Remake. The idea is obviously to make you control the whole party instead of just staying on one character and giving commands. So, I mean, I get the idea, I just don't think it's a good implementation. And the other option is to use things like ATB Boost, First Strike, things that just give ATB at the beginning. Then there's also Synergy skills as well, which are very strong abilities that can be accessed if you have them learned in the folio by holding the guard button and then using the team attack. And those will build ATB for both the character that's initiating them and then the partner that they're using it with. So like Void Shatter there built ATB on Sephiroth.
Up ahead. Looks like a way out.
And Cloud at the same time.
It thinks we're after materia.
Someone should tell her not.
Be my guest.
Calling fire.
Okay. Got to take a couple of counters there because he's always going to hit twice, and then it allows me to get a Berserk setup so I can get some extra damage here right off rip.
Pretty mobile. Good thing I don't just fight with a sword. Burn. I won't let what we can do.
Sephiroth,
You're in
take the lead.
defense, Cloud. Try to mix it up a little. You need to vary your attacks.
Right there, I need to make sure to get enough ATB to activate, use 3 ATB on both characters, so we can actually use Double Helix here. Double Helix is a Synergy ability, a different type of team attack that can only be activated through the menu. Otherwise, there's a couple ways to get Materia Guardian down, but in hard mode, Double Helix is the fastest way. The big difference is in other difficulties, it automatically gives you enough Synergy ability points to activate Double Helix there no matter what you do the whole fight. In hard mode, you actually have to earn it up. Team attacks, like Double Helix, cost 3 for both characters participating initially, and then once you use it once, it goes up to 5 per activation. In easy, it goes 2, 4, and then 5. The annoying one is United Refocus costs 4, which is ridiculous. It does not last as long as it should, and 4 is absolutely an absurd cost for that. Anyway, but yeah, the Double Helix gets him off that top platform quicker. We could also do counterfires that would get us a lot of extra damage, and we could stop trying with it. But unfortunately, one counterfire, while in other difficulties, is enough to knock him down. In hard mode, we have to counterfire twice. Though Trine fires 2 blasts very quickly, so it doesn't take too much time, but ideally counterfire's just slower, so we want to avoid that. In other difficulties, we just tank the Trine and he'd jump down on his own, and it'd be more or less a little bit faster. But it's mainly because like he takes so long to jump down, but the Double Helix animation does slow down the passage of time to show off that really flashy animation. So, it's not the best thing. Next big boss is Materia, or not Materia Keeper. Materia Keeper is not Guardian Scorpion to me, because it's just, might as well be a giant scorpion. I hope we get, like, Guard Scorpion 2.6 or something in the final game as the starting boss. Pretty funny one. But yeah, Sephi would hard carry in the original with Firagas, but because Cloud is super over-optimized, we let him hard carry here. One of the big things we've been abusing on enemy encounters is Swift Cast. We only have one of those, but at base level it halves the cast time, and at max level like we have it, it actually completely removes cast time. It's really broken, and I expect it to be debuffed in the next game. And if they have some reason to, like, re-release this as an upgraded version, it may get nerfed in that version as well. Because they have applied changes in between releases of the series before, like Remake and Integrate have some changes in between them. But yeah, we've been using Swiftcast on Thundaga so we can kill everything quicker. We've been using Thundaga for a couple of different reasons, but mainly because it casts very quickly. The charge time itself is the same for every single spell, but each spell kind of has a difference in how quickly it hits enemies. Lightning will cast onto the target immediately when the animation goes out and then hit. All the other spells either have a travel time or they have a little bit of a delay depending on what tier before they explode. So fire spells have to travel, then they explode. The tiers also affect like how big the explosion is, so you can easily get multiple enemies hit by a Fire Magnify or a Firaga Magnify. Lightning has a much smaller hitbox, so it's better for hitting immediately, but a lot of enemies are usually resistant to lightning. And it's very hard to get multiple hits with it without a proper setup. Ice needs to travel to its target, create an ice cube, and then explode, and that makes it the slowest. And then wind and fire change places sometimes, because fire has to travel, then explode. Wind creates a, like, tornado, a little windstorm on the enemy, then it explodes after a certain period of time, depending on the tier of spell. So, like, Arrow explodes very quick. Arrowga takes a little bit of time to explode. Much like Blizzard explodes pretty much immediately, but Blizzaga takes a while to explode. A lot of these subtleties are very important, but for now we're using Swiftcast on Lightning just to get the spells out immediately, so that we can chew through the enemy's HP bars as fast as possible. So, Magic Up is limited to 1 in this game. So we actually don't have access to 2 of them. We only have the 1. We do have a Strength Up materia, which we'll be using on Tifa late game, and we'll actually be using it earlier for a different purpose, but I'll talk about that when we get there. Right now, to supplement that, we have Magic Focus materia. These will increase the effectiveness of the materia by 25%, and what I mean by that is it'll increase the damage by 25%, it'll increase the duration of stop by 25%, it'll increase the length of a buff, like haste, or the length of a debuff like poison or slow. So it does have a lot of flexibility. It's not just make big number go burr. For a speedrun though, however, Magic Focus is basically that. The one thing that Magic Focus doesn't tell you, however, is you can't double dip on the same spell. So if I put Magic Focus on Fire and Ice, say, and then I put another Magic Focus on Fire, Fire doesn't get a 50% buff, it gets 25% just like Ice. Alternatively, in this case, like I have Magic and Ice on Magic Focus and Lightning on Magic Focus, they both get a 25% buff. But that means that Magic and Ice spells don't have that Swift Cast, because there is only the one Swift Cast and there's only one End materia. So we've opted to go for Fire damage for Materia Keeper and Ice damage for Mithril Zolom, because that's more than enough gas. But we will be juggling around that second Magic Focus in certain scenarios. Early game, we can make do with quite a bit, quite a little, a bit of like ATB building materia, and more so just spam out high damage spells and say bye-bye to the boss. Late game, we're going to end up having to juggle around ATB Assist, Skill Master, and usually ATB Boost, depending on the fights. Luckily, early game, we can avoid menuing pretty frequently. We just have to make some slight adjustments in the cave because we need to adjust for the Red Barret party. Luckily, the Red Barret segments are quite far apart, so there's no justification to stay on the Red Barret setup for any significant portion of time versus just going all in on the... Right, bro. What's up?
Sorry, did I wake you?
Oh.
Nope.
Follow me.
So, we do have a bit of time where we just gotta kind of wander around town here in calm. Fortunately, the overworld movement in these segments is much quicker for the most part. Not all of the segments are extremely fast, but most of them are that have overworld movement is quicker in general. So, yeah. We're going to head over to Mithril Zolom shortly, and that will be super duper dope. The only downside is we got to move around town here. We do have alternate outfits on because it's New Game Plus. I can kind of choose whatever outfits I want. I changed them a little bit today before I started my run-up. But the big one is Cloud, Tifa, and Aerith all have to have beachwear on, so that when we get to Costa del Sol, we can just immediately proceed to the beach and we don't have to wait at all.
Of course. This is only the most recent in a series of crises.
Good morning, sir.
Multiple reactor
I
bombs.
must...
So we gotta make our way through town here real quick and talk to Aerith, and that's about it. We have to talk to the salesman here as well. I just kind of roll up there because I find it funny. I don't think it actually saves time. It might actually lose time. But yeah, we gotta talk to the Folio employee, and then we gotta go talk to the weapon store employee. There are certain Folio abilities that we do have turned off. Not a lot of them, though. Mainly, normally luck would be one of those things that we turn off as well, because crits can be very volatile and mess fights up. But crits can be very beneficial for characters that have high innate crit chance, though. Like Ketchi, and Yuffie even has a 50 luck node as well. But yeah, the beachwear is going to be important in Costa del Sol so that we can go to the beach and save several minutes. It saves at least a minute of having to put on the beachwear, or a minute to take it off. It's around 40 seconds if you go immediately to the changing booth, but...
I think Midgar's this away.
Should be, yeah.
But yeah, town's pretty much almost done, thankfully. There's a little bit of time save we can have here by just rolling whenever the character we're following stops running. You can also jump over the edge of that stair, but it's so fussy that I don't do it anymore. If I do it by accident. So we do have to move around town here. And that will help us quite a bit in losing time. Moving around town here is super boring.
Not here.
Oops.
We'll take the back road.
That was really rough. You're supposed to be a little bit closer if you couldn't figure that out. Unfortunately, sometimes I can't figure that out, so I screw up my movement and turn back too soon.
The reactor bombings in Midgard. That was you, wasn't it?
Broden here is an interesting character that didn't exist in the original game.
Got a contact.
He's actually an ex-soldier, and you hear him like coughing as we leave. So he's kind of like a way to show that like what's happening to Cloud is kind of a thing that's happening to all the soldiers, or at least eventually does. Though it's something that we like talked about initially at the beginning of this, that you know, being a soldier kills you quicker. This area right here we can speed up a bit in a really weird way. If I mash roll near the edge of these platforms, Cloud like performs the action real quick. And a little bit sooner, so it's super weird. Yeah, but the next fight is Mithril Zolom. We're going to be warping around the map a bunch, so we might as well talk about Zolom now while I have a little bit of free time. Mithril Zolom, we're going to start with Faith Magnify on Tifa. That's going to be a very common theme We either are going to start the fight with Sonic Boom to get a 30-second Faith boost and a Bravery boost on Cloud for 30 seconds, and normally that's long enough. But there'll be a lot of fights where we just use Tifa's opening A to B for First Strike and then just cast Faith Magnify. Because sometimes we just want to get damage out of Cloud immediately. We don't want to bother setting up. But there are some fights where using Sonic Boom is more efficient because we activate Skill Master, which will allow us to loop spells a little bit more aggressively. Or Faith Magnify is alternatively also used to buff Aerith. She may not have damage break, but that doesn't mean her damage is not important. Just because she can't do over 10,000 doesn't mean sub 10,000 is nothing. It's still quite significant. Without Genji Glove, these fights would be much different because Cloud can chip through about anywhere minimum 20,000 per spell to upwards of 40, 50. And that is if you start including Arcane Ward as well. Because normally you'll hit for about 30,000 because you're doing weaknesses. And then you'll hit for another 15 with the Arcane Ward. So you end up hitting for like 30 in most situations if an Arcane Ward is involved. Leading to you pretty much one-shotting the boss with 2 casts, which is how Mithril Zolem's going to go. So we'll Faith with Tifa, which is going to be a running theme. I'm going to attack Mithril Zolem so I get to a better spot. And then I'm going to change to Punisher stance and do a counterattack. Much like Materia Keeper, a lot of these early bosses open with a physical melee attack, so we can pretty reliably get a Punisher counter, if not 2 on bosses. So we don't need to hard rip ATB boost every time. Trying to move a little bit closer to the icon here. I'm never going to get there in time, but that map takes a while for me to access. So all I'm aiming to do is just get a little bit closer so the icon doesn't have to travel as far. Probably saves like fractions of a second because of how fast the icon moves, though. Hey, Santa Cruz. Thank you for good luck. Or good morning. Appreciate it. We're going to go talk to the sister here. Skip the cutscene. It says fast travel's available here, but that's not correct, actually.
You mean
The
Pico?
fast travel to the Chocobo Ranch is available, but that is it. So that we will take advantage of that and head on out. We're almost done with the Calm Plains, thankfully, which is cool. Normally, we have access to our Chocobos, but any Chocobos that are attained story-wise, Selene and Pico here. Actually, no, it's not Selene. It's the green one in Gungaga. Have to be obtained through the story before we can use them. This Chocobo can be really annoying. You can do some pretty aggressive stuff, depending. Hello, game. Okay, so you may notice that I am mashing, and you're hearing ding, 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 ding. That's because this game is very silly. For some reason, when you go to throw the rock, sometimes the game just doesn't let you throw it, and it'll, like, bing at you.
Good bird.
Sometimes, if you keep mashing, you'll just be able to throw, and then sometimes you have to stop trying to throw it and then re-aim. It's annoying. The Chocobo minigame here is super jank. So luckily, we get to warp right back to the ranch here. In New Game, you have to walk for some reason, but in New Game Plus, you don't have to. So it's whatever. This bird right here can block Billy when he's leaving the ranch, so that movement right there is actually pretty good.
Hey, perfect timing. Pico's all prepped. But
Okay. Alright, that bird's in a good spot. You see he kind of runs through the grass here. Sometimes the bird moves right here, and then Billy gets, like, stuck on him. We can also save a little bit of time here if I talk to Billy while I'm whistling for Pico. And that will allow me to automatically start the tutorial without mounting Pico, which is super nice. Hopefully I'll be able to show it off. Sometimes I mess it up.
here's where we get our birds in shape for the races. Okay.
We don't have to do this at all, fortunately, so we can just skip it. Doesn't matter what difficulty you're on, you can skip that. So we're going to warp up here to the Titan Shrine and mount Pico immediately when we warp. So that'll save a little bit of time. Try and get down here immediately and slide. So when you're braking, your slide animation goes at a set speed. So we're going to try and brake slide through the swamp here to maintain as much of our full speed as possible. But it is a bit tricky to do that because it requires some precise inputs and good luck. But yeah, we're going to be spamming ice on Mythos Olum, and hopefully this will go pretty well. Okay, let's go.
Is that dry land I see?
Let's. Keep it together.
That's annoying, but whatever. You want to go for a slip and slide there, but sometimes I miss the input.
Did it just get colder?
Everyone, keep your distance.
Feeling chilly? Aim for the head, guys!
Careful. This thing's already pissed off enough.
Why am I in operator stance? Or Punisher stance? Oh, that's so frustrating. This might not work.
Not good at all!
Arcane Wood Cloud.
This asshole.
Hey, got you!
I'm so lucky that I got away with that. Uh-huh. So you want to be in operator stance there so you get much closer to the snake. Punisher stance is a little bit harder and not as reliable because you're about halfway away from the snake rather than right on top. But we made it through, fortunately. The fight's pretty straightforward. We set up with a counter to get enough A to B, poke for Berserk, throw a Blizzaga in there on top of the Faith that we get from Tifa. And that way we're up 30% from the Berserk, 20% from Faith, so we pretty much one-shot because of Genji Glove allowing us to break damage cap. Phase 2, we set up for a somersault to keep the snake from diving again, and get a huge amount of damage off of it. And then we more or less roll up in, set up a Spellblade with Tifa or Aerith and Cloud. Spellblade is much like Void Shatter, except it's magic-based, and it uses Cloud and Aerith instead of Cloud and Sephiroth. And because it uses magic, its damage is much higher. One thing of note with the Synergy skills that you use the guard button for, the damage calculation is based off the character who's performing them. And what I mean by that is, like, right here, I said I use Spellblade, right, and it's magic-based. It does not use both Cloud and Aerith's magic to determine. It only uses Cloud's. So if I did Spellblade with Yuffie, it would do the same damage as if I did it with Aerith, because it doesn't, like, use both characters' magic, just Cloud's. The only difference with the Synergy skills, what it does is it actually determines who gets ATB from the action being performed. That's really all it ends up being. At the end of the day, the damage is more or less the same. But we throw out the Spellblade, and then I buffer a Berserk Stab to get that 30% damage bonus back, because it's going to run out before I get the Blizzagas off for the next phase, because I don't have Swift Cast. This fight right here is pretty straightforward, so we'll just tank it.
You're gonna feel this one! I can do that again.
Good job, Aerith. So I got lucky there, and both the snakes were close enough to each other that Era hit both of them. And what I mean by that is, like, Magnify will make it hit both snakes, but what I mean to say is that one Era hit both snakes, and then the Magnified one hit both of them again, which is super nice, because it actually does have a wider explosion radius than Thunder. Right here, we're going to get around the Ogres here no matter what. Luckily, we got a decent pattern, so it made this a little bit easier. The one that really stinks is if they're spread out, because you have to kind of snake through the middle and hope. But if they're off to one side or the other, it's pretty much free. If they're, like, in the middle and to the left, you go to the right and you jump off of one of the garbage things there to delay the combat ignition. And then if they're in the middle or to the right, you just go around the outside. Elena and Reno here don't stand much of a chance. Elena's weak to lightning, Reno's weak to wind. We have Wind Magnify, we have Lightning Magnify, they're gonna get smoked. Easy peasy. That's pretty much all I can say here.
Great.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that sounds a lot like a nice, long, all expenses paid vacation. Don't think you'll walk away from this! Get him!
Ah. That's unfortunate. We lost a lot of time there because Elena got juggled in a really weird way, so I couldn't transition the phases as quickly as I would have liked.
Do it!
Good enough, though, fortunately. Okay, first strike, ATB boost. Alright, so now we have a much more interesting setup between the characters. Tifa's first strike is mainly so that we can either spam Omni Strike, True Strike to bonus the boss's stagger gauge to massively increase our damage, which really isn't needed early game. Or use Faith Magnify to boost everybody, and then follow up with a limit. A lot of her damage just is firing off Somersault for free with Gotterdammerung. Gotterdammerung is kind of weakened very heavily in this version, because the way we have access to the level 2 and also level 3 limits, which were introduced in this game, is one of two ways. You either have to have an accessory, the Expeditionary Medal, or the Enhanced Expeditionary Medal. The Expeditionary Medal gives you immediate access to level 2 limits. Enhanced gives you access to level 2 and level 3. Or you need to perform synergy abilities, the team attacks that you use through the tactical menu, that have the effect of increasing your limit level. The higher level limits are more flashy than they're good. Honestly, they take a lot of time to dole out damage, even though they have pretty high DPS. I'd say, unironically, they're probably better for using to pressure the enemy rather than killing a staggered enemy. The fact that they stun lock enemies for a long period of time will make your life a lot easier. It's really weird, right? Because you think you'd want to use it for DPS and stagger, but that ends up not being as good, because your final hit usually gets, even if you launch at the beginning of stagger, the final hit tends to miss because the stagger timer runs out. Speaking of synergy abilities, there is a synergy ability that actually increases the stagger time, but with the amount of time that it takes, it's 100% not worth it. There's a lot of team attacks or synergy abilities that are kind of worth it, but we really don't want to use them in hard mode for the most part. There's, they take longer and have less benefit than you might think, but there are places where it's usable. So speaking of our setup here, we have First Strike ATB boost on both. Barret and Red will need this setup for every segment they're duoing, this and Cosmo Canyon. Cosmo Canyon is probably the hardest dungeon that isn't the final dungeon, and it has the hardest boss that isn't the final boss, in my opinion. Anyway. You may notice that Red is in critical. That is by design. I actually put the HP MP swap on Red at the very beginning of the run, and then I take it off in this segment to put him in critical immediately. The reason I want to do that is he has the strongest physical move in the game, Reaper's Touch. Reaper's Touch damage is based on how low your HP is, your current HP is, compared to your max. And it's like a percentage thing, not an actual raw number. It's just like limit loss, or limit gain based on damage taken is percentage, not numbers. So using HP MP swap here puts him in critical, and that's really what we're looking for Reaper's Touch. Reaper's Touch, like I said, is the hardest physical hitting move in the game, so it will very much allow us to get a lot of damage on Golem here. The thing with Golem, however, is he's highly resistant to physical, so Reaper's Touch doesn't do too much in terms of damage. But, you know. The boss is weak to lightning, and Barret has Strength Up and Strength MP switch to get, and this, actually Strength Up will calculate before the swap materia, so it'll be enough to turn Strength Up into a Timu Magic Up, Unfortunately, Barrett's stats are very middling in general, so that pushes him up to about 400 magic, and that's about it. It's decent for Barrett, but pretty much everybody else can output more magic with the proper setup, unfortunately. Luckily, though, it's enough. A lot of the, like, the Zolom, or the Golem here is weak to lightning, so spamming Thunderas will be enough to break the limbs instantaneously, and basically put Golem in a stun lock as long as we do things properly. And the whole time, we'll have Turbulent Spirit on and Sonic Boost. Sonic Boost will give us that damage buff we're looking for, of both Bravery and Faith. And we also have Fury Ring on Barrett, so that we have access to that 30% damage bonus. And Turbulent Spirit will just massively increase our ATB building potential to the point where we can loop Thunderas pretty aggressively after a single full bullet salvo, which puts us in a position where we can trigger ATB assist pretty effectively. So we loop both characters' attacks together as quickly as possible. A lot of what we're going to be doing is just spamming Reaper's Touch once we get the boss staggered. Luckily, we got to kill those snakes before the boss, so we're going to get to save some time here. That's nice.
$2 grand.
That's fair. Stay on. Ourselves one tough bastard. Need to be smart about this. Now's our chance. Hit it with everything you... Damn! This sucker keeps on... Hell yeah! Try walking that off. That's gonna reduce your ass to rowing. Time for a serious that thunder I hear. Coming at you hard and fast.
Oh my god. Stop it. Annoying. It is so hard to get Red to take all those inputs. Want to give you that. First strike back, and then flip-flop again. Oh, oops. Yeah. Almost exited the menu too soon there. That's wrong. There we go. Alright. So right there, we swap our first strikes back. Barrett started with ATB boost. Now we're going to throw it over to Aerith. Aerith and Cloud are going to be the ones that are pretty much the most ATB-hungry characters in the game. So, Cloud, for the reason that he's going to be casting Tier 3 spells quite a bit on bosses, if not almost exclusively. So often we're going to need 2 ATB very often to maintain our damage output. And then Tifa, mainly because we're going to be, or Aerith, because we're going to be throwing down Ward, and then some extra Tier 2 spells to kind of just add DPS or help stunlock bosses, things like that. Cloud's HP being 0 here and him dying is just a side effect of putting an HP-MP swap on him. So it nerfs his HP, but once we leave the mines, his HP will get refilled, so we don't really need to worry about it at all. I'm just switching over to this party real quick so that I can get faster movement here. Red's combat movement is the fastest in the game by attack canceling his roll, and then in turn canceling his attack with roll.
So all of this is Junon?
Everything above us.
So luckily we get to keep this bird here. Unfortunately, that means we're going to have to try and move through here with the bird. It's very easy to bonk off of stuff, so I kind of take it slow in this early segment. And then I start sprinting around here, because it's a little bit less hard to... Nice. It's not super easy to get through this area, but it's much harder to bonk, in my opinion. I swear, every time I say the word bonk, I'm gonna bonk. It's bonking time! But yeah, the next fight here is going to be Bottom Swell. Bottom Swell is not a terribly difficult boss, but timing is somewhat important.
So how are we gonna find them?
The way that Bottom Swell works is, once we do have enough damage, he switches phases, obviously. We want to set this up so that we go into Phase 2 with ATB on both Cloud and Aerith, so that we can ATB boost up to 2 bars as needed. The Spell Blade is going to be a nice little damage bonus here. So we're going to actually use Faith Magnify with Tifa again. We're going to use Somersault to push the phase, but I'm actually going to use Thundergun Magnify to cut my damage down a bit. I lose out on about 5,000 to 6,000 damage by doing it that way, but it reliably results in me getting both hits from Somersault, which are much closer to max damage. I want to check my party real quick, and then we're good to go. I'd hate to have this reset here because of that.
Ready? Let's finish this. Ow.
Probably triggered a stagger there.
Watch the water. Focus. Let's go.
You ready?
Now's our chance.
Super annoying, but whatever. 45XX is really good. I cannot complain about that. Anything sub 46 is nice here. I think it can be as low as a 44, but, you know, some days you win, some days you lose, some days you're coping so wildly that you're expecting a PB on every single run.
God, she's so cold.
So bottom swell is pretty straightforward. The big thing is, like, making sure that Somersault hits and the Spellblade lands. Or Spellblade lands. The thing is, since you have to charge Spellblade, sometimes if you Somersault too soon, you won't land it, and that means your ATB is screwed for, like, the entire rest of the run. So it's kind of an annoying one. And then the other thing is, like, the AI is a little bit slow on doing things. So if you don't Somersault immediately, if the AI is really far away, it'll never land. And if you Somersault too soon, because Tifa's right next to the boss, it'll hit before Spellblade, and then you'll be struggling for ATB in the second phase, which is really bad too. The Spellblade will be enough to stun bottom swell, but if you don't follow up with damage immediately, you're in a really bad spot.
It was like they were sucking them straight out of my
Luckily, Aerith can, like, kind of compensate with ATB boost and Arcane Ward on Cloud, and then follow up his Spellblade with Thundera, and then you can, like, ATB boost, but it's very likely you'll get eaten. So a lot of the dialogues here end up not mattering, at least in New Game Plus. In New Game, we'd manipulate Tifa to have the highest affection, and then everybody else kind of falls where they may, which is fine. I think you have to make sure you, like, don't get too much affection with Yuffie. So, like, we go out of our way to avoid talking with Yuffie, and go out of our way to get the best answers with Tifa. And that is important for manipulating the final boss fight, so that our party comes in a certain composition for New Game. New Game Plus, actually having 100% works. Or you need to make sure that it's in this order. Barret, Tifa, Red, Yuffie. In terms of Barret having the highest affection and Yuffie having the least. But if they're at 100%, they'll come in that order anyway, so it's either or. 100% file can get you there. Unfortunately, I never did fully 100% it because I got stuck on the crunches minigame in the gym, and I was like, nah, I'm not having fun with this. But, yeah. For better or worse, that works out for us that way. So we're heading into Lower Junon here. We have quite a few different things going on. Most of it is the same old song and dance. So I'll talk a little bit about Lower Junon so I can focus during those fights. The first couple of fights in Lower Junon are pretty straightforward. It's just a couple of nothing enemies. And as long as we use our finisher, our operator finisher, which is a circle or a spin move, which pulls the enemies together, we can very easily stack them up so Thundera or Thundergun Magnify hits all of them multiple times. Because it's hitting one target, then hitting an additional target that's stacked on the others, etc., etc. The next couple of fights, the one with the shield troopers and the flamethrowers, are a little bit more annoying, because the shield troopers can sometimes survive a Thundera Magnify, and if multiple survive, it's an issue. Because what you're looking for is you want a Thundergun Magnify to kill the Flame Troopers, because they're just too bulky for anything else. And spamming Thundera Magnify is a bit risky. So you want to avoid that if possible. The next fight has a couple of sweepers and soldiers that spawn on upper platforms. The main issue is the soldiers on the upper platforms can make things a little bit more annoying than they need to be. The damage they deal really isn't much of an issue, but killing them efficiently and the sweeper at the same time is a bit annoying. The sweepers have enough HP to survive like a Thundaga and a Thundera, so we actually have to Thundaga twice. The main setup is that we want to actually use Wildfire, which is one of the fire-based abilities that we get for using the upgraded fire in the folio. The upgrades in the folio are actually really weird, and they don't activate the way they think, the way the game kind of says they do. The upgrades that give you alpha spell, what it does is it actually summons pretty much a fleeting familiar-esque type elemental orb that will every once in a while do fleeting familiar pokes. So it doesn't actually upgrade your spells all as much as it would imply.
Any idea what?
And then the other thing is it also gives you a no MP costing spell, which is really weird, but it has this kind of weird like magnify effect on it where it'll hit multiple targets. But it's really good at pressuring certain enemies, so we'll actually be using Wildfire
That's too bad.
in that fight with the sweepers to pressure the troopers, and that way we can trigger ATB stagger a few times in that fight and help supplement our ATB building. And then from there, we just need to spam spells on the sweepers until they die. The trick is getting them positioned in such a way where you kill the first one, and then as the second one spawns in, it gets hit by the Thundaga that killed that one. And then you need to make sure you target the troopers on the upper platform so that it'll kill both the troopers on the upper platform and the sweeper. Because if you target the sweeper, it won't hit the enemies on the upper platform. Magnify has a lot of weird restrictions, and, you know, it only states that it has a damage penalty, but it can only hit 2 additional targets, and it has range restrictions as well, both horizontally and vertically. Spells will almost never go up to enemies above the one you're targeting, and it, you know, you might as well just treat that as it never going to happen. And it only goes so far, sights.
Its strategic location, along with its air and seaports, make it second only to Midgar's the company's most vital city.
Huh. Neat. Any good restaurants? Sights to see?
Maybe? I don't know.
Right. You're not the touristy type.
Hey, just to be clear, you do realize we're not here on vacation, right?
Of course I do. Hey, look, what's that about?
Listen up. Midgar's 7th
All right.
anniversary will return
So,
home with a
in a new game run, we'd be about an hour in, we'd be finishing up Zolom. You can get a little bit sub an hour on an easy run, but a normal run has to take extra levels and some other things, so it loses a bit more time over the course of the game. But for the most part, we've already saved about 10-15 minutes over a new game category. You know, because we can just warp around the map. Nice. I love it when they warp in. I don't say anything till it happens because it's funnier that way. We can warp around the map so we don't have to walk around calm at all. The fights in Nibelheim are much quicker because we don't need to worry about doing menuing. So we're going to do some movement here. Notice how far ahead they're pulling.
spare uniforms
And
can be found here.
boop,
Please get changed.
boop. Now we're caught up again. That's a really good example of how much time the jumping over environmental objects can save to kind of paint that picture as to why we're doing it. Because a lot of the places, it's a bit opaque, and it may, you know, just look like you're doing funky stuff that seems counterintuitive, but it does actually save time. It's just not as, like, obvious outside of that area. This practice can't be skipped, so we're just going to wait it out. There's no reason to interact with it. Doesn't make it any faster or slower. The only thing we need to make sure to do is skip no, or select no when this finishes. Because for whatever reason, the practice is defaulted to yes to do it again. Which is super annoying.
I'm not laughing, troopers.
Are you? That's a shame. But yeah, this basically teaches you how to do all the button inputs for the march. The march also can't be skipped, so we're actually going to go out of our way to get the least optimal setup possible. which will actually give us the slowest march possible. If our party in the march does not match, we get a worse march that we can't get as many points in, but it's also shorter too. So we go out of our way to make sure we grab a couple of units that make it not match properly, so that way we can get the shorter march and save time there. We lose a little bit of time gathering the troopers, but we save time overall with the much shorter mini games. This isn't the first place where we actually route for the quicker mini games, at least in New Game. New Game Plus, most of those mini games can be skipped, and this is like the only place where we have to kind of play the mini game. It's super jank, but whatever. I don't know. They were pretty good overall with the New Game Plus features, so I'm not going to complain too much.
Ooh, perfect. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Cool. Apparently there's something out there. Doesn't matter. You can't get the good picture quick enough, so we just kind of... I flick the camera up, not to, like, try and take the picture properly, but just to get a cleaner timing of when to start mashing. Because once I hit, like, a certain level, I'm like, oh, okay, this is time to start mash. One other thing I guess I could note right now is that Rebirth does something that Remake doesn't. I mean, there's a lot of things like that, but with dialogue in general, Remake was like 50-50 on things were going to be a cutscene or a lot of mashable dialogue. Rebirth almost exclusively does a single line of dialogue that's skippable and then a cutscene. So you got to get on top of those cutscene skips, but pretty much all the dialogue is much faster and more smooth in this game, as long as you can get used to the cutscene skips. And because it's like almost unilaterally one line of dialogue then cutscene skip, it's the same input every time.
And on time. The parade.
Okay, this one right here, we're waiting for Cloud and the camera to move. That indicates we're in the actual minigame.
Left face. First sequence. Begin.
They're not in step. They don't seem very coordinated. The captain needs to rally his troops.
I'll deal with the barking in a second. This is a pretty short minigame, so I don't want to lose too much time with fiddling with it.
Sequence. Begin.
I just gotta go close the windows.
Maybe they're still warming up. Oh, that's going to cost them.
Just want to check my battery charge. In Remake, I could hold forward on the thumbstick and then open up the PlayStation menu here, and it would buffer my inputs, but with Rebirth it doesn't do that, it stops taking all inputs. So I need to check my battery life during cutscenes when I don't need to be inputting anything. So you'll see me do it every once in a while, because I'm on an Edge controller, which has a smaller battery than the standard controller.
First sequence. Begin.
Maybe they're still warming up. Do they seem a tad nervous? The captain needs to rally his
Formation.
troops.
Change.
They did practice, right? Is something wrong?
Lay down.
I'm not
Final
sure they
sequence.
know what they're doing.
Begin.
And go.
Oh,
One
that's going to
forever.
cost them. They're not in step. They don't seem very coordinated.
Left face. Formation. Change.
I'm not sure they know what they're doing.
So the next big fight is Roche. Roche is a bit interesting. It's probably easy enough to do blindfolded. I'm gonna have to work on it a bit later.
Maybe
Turns out, the opening to this fight I thought was a lot harder than it actually is. You can actually buffer a lot of the inputs. Thing is with Roche, you need to start with an attack, and then immediately Punisher stance, and then tactical menu for a fire. The big thing is, You need to...
That's unfortunate. They did practice, right?
You just need to make sure Roche doesn't get reflect out, which sucks. But not a big deal. The main thing is you need to make sure you get fire out soon enough that it stops him from casting reflect.
Sounds like a good way up.
And then from there, you're golden. As long as you don't allow him to put reflect up, you should be fine. Fight's pretty straightforward. Ideally, you open, and then you stance change immediately. And what that allows you to do is cast fire, and then you'll change stances. And because you cast fire, you can actually just hold square to immediately ground stab. Because normally if you're in Punisher stance and you hit square to stab the ground, Cloud will always do a wide slash first and then stab. But if you're doing an action already, like a counter, disorder, spell, whatever, anything, you hold and he'll do that right out of the animation. There's a lot of places where you want to take advantage of that, and there's some places where you don't, depending on the attack. But it's something we're aiming for most of the time, unless the enemy is too far away. But luckily, we can buffer that first attack on Roche and then just kind of flick over the triangle as you hit the... What am I doing to myself?
My word.
Oh, there's some time loss. Alright. So yeah, these first couple of fights are going to be pretty free. We just group everything together, hit them with Thunder and Magnify, and be on our way. A lot of these rooms, we're just trying to get to the edge of the room before combat's over, and then proceed from there.
I got it wrong. Calling lightning. Buzz off. No time to celebrate.
Right there's a giant invisible wall, so that's why I stop and turn around at that point. This room's a bit annoying too. We need to make sure both groups of enemies are grouped together minimum, or else this will take a little bit longer than it should. That was a little bit awkward because I got caught on the furniture in a weird way. The furniture in that room is super weird and gets you kind of stuck. So shield troopers I was yapping about a minute ago.
Just in case. Buzz off. All done.
That room you want to be careful with. The flame troopers can do a lot of damage. It's kind of hard to die in this area, but if your HP gets too low, the infantry will start spamming potions, and it'll just lose a bunch of time because their animations take forever. Into Wildfire. A...
Going in.
Fine.
I'll end this. Not bad.
Like I said, this room is a very specific setup, and if I don't hit that sweeper both times, my life becomes very difficult. What? Dog's giving me the look. Attention must be paid, human!
Yes, sir!
I am no human, you're the human.
Protect the gate!
Time to put out. Calling ice. Let's go. Your move. Get ready. Burn. Is that it?
Okay.
No objection. Get ready. Calling fire.
What? Are you not entertained? My friend, I fear our
You
audience
two are
is
so
exposed
silly.
and we have a reputation to live up to. No, let's give the people a proper spectacle.
That was a bit scary. I probably should have spun to win immediately there. Normally, you want to get, like, 2 hits off before you fire at the end of Phase 1. The reason you need Berserk there, though, you don't necessarily need it, is because you want to avoid staggering in Phase 1 and just stagger in Phase 2. The reason you want to stagger in Phase 2 is because you can kill him. If you stagger in Phase 1, you have to wait for him to get back up to transition to the next phase. And then luckily, at the start of that phase, you can just Thundaga the moment it starts. But you lose time to waiting for the stagger to wear off in Phase 1. So that's the idea. But as long as he doesn't get Reflect Up, you're fine. So as long as you get that first combo off, you don't need to reset. But we don't have Breach, so there's nothing we can really do about it if he gets it up. But the trick is buffer the attack, then you buffer stance change, and you hit triangle and menu at the same time. So that Cloud will begin stance change after immediately, and then you'll cancel it with fire. What are you doing? You're gonna go mess my bed up? Hmm? Oh, he's a good girl. He's a good girl. My good little pupper. Bye-bye. So, the boat has a bunch of weird fights. A lot of these enemies are getting bulkier than we can really manage at this point. So getting enough damage is starting to become an issue, where we are going to need to, like, back up or fire off Tifa's Limit to get through everything. Ideally, with a lot of these fights, we don't want to use Tifa's Limit because it's just slower. But the problem is we just have, like, no way to get enough damage faster. So we end up having to do these fights in a really awkward way a lot of the time. Going to be firing off Faith Magnify quite a bit in a lot of these fights. Skip this. I want to cancel the... Hello?
Oh,
I want to cancel the tournament here. Didn't intend to get stuck on the tree there.
that's what you want.
This dialogue's not cancelable, so we just have to deal with it.
From the bracket. See what you want, ceremony.
Yeah, lower Junon is pretty quick as long as it's done properly. It's not correct. Not the best, but better than nothing.
Yeah.
Didn't expect to see you.
That is the first and last time we're going to see Sailor Barrett. Opted to go with the OG outfit. If we had Demon King Barrett, I would use nothing else. I'm going to be honest. Demon King Barrett would be the bee's knees.
Pretty tired.
So yeah, the next fight is at the bow of the ship. We have a lot of enemies that keep spawning in that segment. So a lot of it is just charging our attacks or getting our spells ready to go immediately so that we can clean up the phases ASAP. A lot of the later phases, we switch over to Cloud Tifa, and most of the enemies are just too bulky, so unless we get lucky and hit them multi-hit enemies with Thundaga Magnify, we're just going to have to Thundaga Magnify and then somersault and wait around with Cloud. It's the best option that we have. The motor eyes here are really weird. If you're trying to actively attack them, they'll dodge, but if you hit them while trying to attack something else, they won't. So we'll try and take advantage of that here. Just unfortunate.
Do it!
I'm here. Enjoy the ride.
That's super annoying.
Ready? Good time.
Calling that's it.
Watch out for high winds. Get him.
Huh? What even happened here?
Come on.
Not bad.
Annoying. That was ridiculous. I have no idea what happened to my Thundagas or why it didn't hit that guy. I really dislike this area, if you can't tell. It's so much more annoying than it needs to be.
Quick and clean. Calling that's it.
Just want to make sure to not attack the Scrutinize here so they don't start dodging. Move to the door, Thundera, easy peasy.
With those fiends?
Luckily, this fight's a little bit more straightforward since we have access to Faith Magnify. We can just do this. Want to make sure to look at Tifa here,
How's it look?
because that's where the camera's going to look. If we know where the camera wants to look, we would like to look there ahead of time to avoid wasting time on the game correcting our camera angle. Just one of those small little time saves that we can get throughout the course of the run.
Don't think you'll walk away from this.
It's on you.
All set. Good luck.
My turn.
Oh, that's lucky, actually. That's weird, but lucky. So, Thunderga Magnify hit A and B, and then the Thunderga that hit B didn't hit A, so A survived just ever so slightly. And I didn't realize it until it was a little bit too late, because I was trying to position Tifa to make sure she somersaulted both, to account for them not dying. Excuse me? Whatevs. Necrotic entities are super bulky, so we're just trying to get through these fights as quickly as possible. Sometimes we just don't have a good option.
I won't hold back.
Demonic entities are the same thing. Thunder or Magnify, even with Faith, really isn't going to do much. So it's just a lot quicker to go boost Thunderga. It's going to be something we do a lot, is boost into tier 3.
Don't think you'll walk away from this.
Was never in doubt.
Okay, we didn't take any damage here. That's nice. Should be, nope. Lightning, magic focus, down, down. Oops, up. Down, down. Lead. Some boom. Should be, no. Blizz, ha! Let's get D-mag. To Fyra. Yep. Alright, let's go. Boop, boop. So Sonic Boom is going to give us our faith here and bravery. That should be enough for the entire fight. At least that's the idea.
Let's finish this.
Dang it!
I got this. Here I come. Let's go.
Let me at him.
Take the lead.
Okay, let's go. You're up.
Hang her up.
With ya.
Don't overdo it.
I got this.
That would have been really bad, actually.
Now's our chance. Buzz on.
This is bad, actually.
Take him down.
Don't stop till it's done. Why don't you just sit back?
Yeah, now for
Give
this.
him what's coming.
Ready?
Hey. They're everywhere.
Don't be hit.
Stop.
Not so fast.
Not the best fight, but that was pretty bad, unfortunately. Lose quite a bit of time there. For some reason... Oh, I know exactly what happened, actually. I accidentally switched to Barret at the end of Phase 1 instead of Cloud, and I caught it when I was going into that phase. The problem is, because I switched to Barret first and then Cloud, he actually wasn't in Prime stance anymore, and he was an Operator instead. And what that did is it just basically was a knock effect, where not having Prime mode there screwed up the way that I do damage, so I had to recover in a goofy way, and I probably should have gone for the stop immediately, and I'd have been fine. But it took me a second to realize what exactly was happening. Because you want to do most of that damage in phase 2.
Sure you stick close.
And
Can't have my guest
you
get
need to
lost.
have enough damage for phase 3, so I ended up having to stop twice, which is a bit of an unfortunate mistake, but it is what it
All things
is.
considered, it's looking
Genova
pretty
is
sweet.
quite a
Now
frustrating
I got
boss.
my hands on it though. Now that's a story. I was cursed with the unholy trinity. No job, no money, and worst of all, no girl.
So a lot
I
of
was
things
a
here, we
normal,
want to jump over these rocks as quickly as possible so we can end
But Mayor
Johnny's
Capone
dialogue as
mentioned
quickly as possible.
Said I was destined to make something of myself. Hey,
So the next big boss is cutscene.exe. What I mean by that is Gastropod more or less is a glorified cutscene. Because of Hojo's dialogue, we can get through this fight much quicker than the dialogue is. So we're just going to be min-maxing, slamming the gas pedal to the floor, and then releasing it at certain points. Mainly with this fight, it theoretically would be faster to take Tifa because it's closer to the fight and a few other things. But because we're on a magic build, Aerith is just way better in this, in a New Game Plus setting. In a New Game setting, even then, the Spellblade just ends up being a lot better. You have a magic build at that point. You get the Platinum Earring as well, which is a 10% bonus to magic attack. So the Spellblades end up hitting a lot harder. And it just makes this fight a little bit easier. Fortunately, we really don't have to worry about much here. These guys, this just takes forever. Yap, 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 yap.
real good selection today.
Hang loose! Don't tell me you're alone. The beach.
Hey,
Check out the best locally made accessories right here.
Looks like you're more than ready to
I think using stop there was right, but unfortunately the combo line I chose after stop was very much incorrect. Because really the only thing you're worried about is doing enough damage and then exiting that phase with 2 ATB, Faith, and Prime Berserk, so that you can just Thundaga the shoulder there. But I used Sonic Boom way too late because I forgot to account for it running out during stop. Stop does extend the length of the combat by, you know, holding Genova still longer. Normally, you can do all the damage you need in a single pressure phase, or a single stagger phase pretty easily.
Hang loose!
But the problem of, like, not starting in prime mode was part of the issue. If I'd remembered to change stances, that really all it would have taken. I forgot that's a thing that happens if you don't switch to Cloud there immediately. The AI will roll him out of prime stance going into that second phase, which is super obnoxious. The AI is really bad about doing goofy stuff that's, like, not very, isn't very logical. We're gonna change the camera here to try and get some faster movement on the beach. If you get the camera in the right spot, you can, run. I'm gonna run a few times here, actually, because I messed that up for so long.
And as luck would have it, I'm in need of a few female assistants. Think of
Gotta be careful here, though. If we move up to the veranda here a little bit too quick,
That would be
the
so cool.
game will soft lock when I go to load the next cutscene. So a lot of this is just trying to get over here quickly enough, but make sure I don't soft
by
lock.
virtue of innate greatness. Only by inspiring others does he earn the title.
Okay. As fast as it can be.
They're going down.
Enjoy the ride.
That's my fault. That's super cool, actually.
You'll be blown away.
Bugs, just die, dickhead. Well, we're gonna lose time here on the split, too. We're gonna wait for the retrieve here. Unfortunately, we're losing Aerith, which is a bit obnoxious, but... You don't want to get silenced if you can avoid it.
And a living sample is preferable. A pity you did not inherit more of your mother's physical characteristics. That woman was gorgeous right down to her jeans. You aren't the specimen I was seeking, but I'm sure the data you'll provide will be fascinating nonetheless.
Thunderer. Prime mode.
You ready?
Oh, that's... Are you kidding me? That's so... Oh, that's so annoying, dude.
Ah, you did good.
Where is it?
Enough of you.
Oh, that's cool, actually.
How does it feel
Super annoying, bro.
to know death is inevitable?
This is all my fault.
Hello, Mr. Moppy. Over here.
I got silent solved at the last minute. What a shit fight.
Better hold still.
Let's wrap this up.
The specimens exhibited
I hate this fucking game, dude. There's no reason I should have lost that time.
Hey,
Of course his last... No! Oh my god, I hate myself.
gotta make the most of these moments.
Shut the fuck up, Barrett. I'm so mad I wasn't even, like, thinking. I was, like, reading it, and then I'm like, nah, yeah, obviously no. It's obviously no. Do you want to keep running? No! That's the question that I read. I should reset, honestly.
Aren't you all forgetting about someone?
Such an asinine amount of time loss. I gotta do something else for a bit here. I'm gonna frickin' cope mold and seethe. If I don't, what do we have here?
You know, Yuffie. Huh? What?
Tifa, tell me your secret. How'd you put up with this jerk face?
His good qualities outweigh the bad.
Yeah, by how much? Like 51% good guy to 49% jerk face?
Maybe a little more than that.
So what, like a 55-45 split?
Close to.
Not you two, Tifa.
If I choke custom Valkyr, I'll reset for sure.
Aerith might need a break.
Sorry. My legs are killing me.
Let's rest.
Silencing Solvent at the last second. Dude, yeah, you know what would be cool is if we have a boss that's a giant cutscene that can inflict silence. Oh, you mean you have to fight him 1v1 and getting silenced could be awful?
It's on you.
That sounds good. Let's do that.
Enjoy the ride. Oh, that's over.
You still holding up okay?
Yeah, feeling great actually. Could do this all day. It's like someone's pulling me up.
You've become one with the mountain.
Say what?
Really? I did? Hey! Thanks for having me! Let's go!
Keep it together. It's on you.
Ready when you're out.
My turn.
Alright.
Let's see.
Alright, let's go. Alright, it's time to climb, baby. Let's get that reset rolling. Dolin'. Yeesh.
Take the lead.
I'll show you what I can do. You've got this. Ready, Jerry?
Let's go.
Tipper.
It's aiming at you.
Not for long it is. Do it. Going in.
Alright, good enough. Alright. Dude, get through the door, please.
Over here!
Take Cloud's first strike, binding to
Sorry we're late.
first strike on Tifa. We're taking first strike from Tifa. We're taking boost from Aerith. And we're doing fire swap, lightning.
That's it.
The Corel reactor.
Okay, I also need to change my party this one. Sorry, watching some of the Switch 2 reveal trailers, so, you know. Seem to be on what's like the Bloodborne one or whatever. I don't know. Alright. Pay attention here for the next couple of segments. Boop!
Deal with that.
Follow my lead.
Okay, switch parties back. Oh, that's right. I want to wait till the part where they're out of the party. That's why. It's easier to do the menu then. Suppose I could reset the menu to a different spot and just do the menu here, but it's whatever.
Which way?
Up with that thing. But we're gonna have to power it on first. The generator's just across the way. Gotta use that grappling hook. Shouldn't
Oh,
be
I never
far
even
from
noticed the
right.
little Moogle on her back. That's super cute.
None at all.
Let's go.
Gonna need someone to unlock this thing from the control unit upstairs.
If I have to.
Nice. Haven't missed it in a while. Let's go. Go, 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 go. Down, down, up, fire. Down, down, up, fire, up, down, stagger for you, and then MP Absorb for Swift Cast. Let's go. Yeah, I decided to change outfits today.
You're going to want to take
Let's
her
boost.
Got this one in the bag. You're gonna get what's coming to you. All in a day's
I changed Barrett's back to the normal one. I swapped out Aerith's as well today. I didn't save it though, so it's just for this one run. I figured out which chapter it's easiest to do this nonsense in, so I might do it more often. It's not really that slow. It's like a minute or two, as long as I know which outfit I want. The only downside is I can't put on any other interesting outfits. So I'm limited to beach wear for the ones that have the most, which is super obnoxious. Please? Nice! Down, please. Thank you! I see one of them in a really obnoxious position. They're both in awful positions. I don't trust that I can skip this fight without doing it this way.
You got this?
If the other one hadn't been so far to the left, I would have risked it and just said fudge it and got the flea, but I did not think I could reliably get through that fight. I'll probably switch back to standard Yuppie too next time. I really, if my PC could take it, and two, if I could use the Demon King outfit on Barrett, I would. But they don't actually give you that option, which is lamers. Uh-oh. I don't really like that position. It's not a very good... Escape grunts. It's like I'm escaping from a fucking, theme park, roller coaster ride. After I get the belt, when they put the, fucking lap belt on, you're like, ah! I'm too big for this! Ah, almost had it today. That's fine. I need to check out the Switch stuff. Switch 2. Looks like it's going to be launching close to my birthday. Hello? Oh my golly. What even was that? This game is so goofy, bruh. god, the momentum on these is just weird. Hey, a high potion! So these boxes would actually be pretty important in a new game setting, because we could get a couple of high potions, Phoenix Downs, Ethers from here, which is super nice. But in a New Game Plus setting, obviously our items are locked, so it doesn't really matter. Oh, Golden Needle, it knows. So I'm actually going to inflict Petrify on the bomb coming up here, because the bomb is really annoying to take care of otherwise. Okay, we're going to do this one more time. Trying to hit this switch is super obnoxious, so I just move this as much as possible first. Should be fine. Come on, there we go. Up, 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 up. Weak. Not the most optimal. Since I saw a flame there, I could have done that a bit quicker, but whatever. Not getting bombed to oblivion and back is actually more important. Alright, can you cut me some slack today? Because yesterday you were really rude, and I don't know what even happened. There we go. It's a boost. Fade. Okay, that's super annoying. Okay, bravery. Okay, good.
Keep it up.
Let's do this.
Bad burb. Bang! Get out of my face. Feels good. Dun-na-na-na-na-na. So we're going to be using red to do a lot of movement here.
Don't overdo it.
Some of these areas, it's theoretically better to do with Cloud. The problem is that, like, Cloud warps into some goofy positions if you do all the movement with red, but I'd rather just do the faster movement here and figure it out from there. It's like right here, Cloud can spawn behind these signs. The actual little signs can be knocked over like this pretty easily, but the actual signposts are giant invisible walls this whole side. So they span from the edge of the tracks to the girders at the edge. So it's a huge invisible wall to go around. You gotta be mindful of it, because sometimes Cloud spawns in right behind or right in front of these signposts like that, and the next thing you know, you're just kind of stuck there, and you're like, yay, I get to do nothing! Nothing, I said nothing! We did, I did sneak in some practice yesterday on the late and mid game, in the later afternoon, so ideally we see some dividends here. Hopefully we don't see any more goofy fights like Genova.
I didn't even say anything yet.
You didn't have to.
It's been so long since I had that prime mode, that D prime mode issue, I completely forgot.
Tell him we're here.
So we can skip, but after, we have to wait for the visual here. The little beep itself actually just indicates the cutscene's coming, not that it started. Then we're going to head on down the mountain here. Excuse me? Could we skip? Thank you! What's my... The battery's still fine, but I'll probably plug it in anyway. I'll be right back. You know what, PX? I think you have more experience with this game than my commentators right now. You've been here for like almost every run. I'm about to put you on the couch. So this segment right here is normally very helpful in a new game run. Notice that I got Turbo Ether here. These big boxes will drop X potions. Turbo Ethers or elixirs. In Cosmo Canyon, there's the Gi enemies, and they're undead, so X potions and elixirs will one-shot them every single time. We couldn't actually use that on Gi Natok, because Gi Natok is resistant to fixed damage, which potions would become. So, really doesn't help for that fight, but it does make the Gi a lot quicker. Unfortunately, in New Game Plus, the Gi are very bulky, so we're going to have to 1-2 punch them between Barret and Red. Red will be using some explosive damage, and Barret will be using fire. Unfortunately, Gi doesn't give a crap about fire. It's actively reduces like every fire spell by a massive amount. We're going to have to use a lot of curing. We'll talk about it a little bit more when we get to Cosmo Canyon, but Gi Natok is kind of the gatekeeper of a really good run. The problem is there's a lot of moving parts with a Gi Natok fight that require, just being able to play very good and being very adaptive. Luckily, the next couple of fights are very determinative, if that's the right word. Dyne, Anurian Suppressor, and to a lesser extent, Specimen and Scarlet are all pretty straightforward. Scarlet should almost always go the same way. There's a little bit of nuance in it, but not too much. Specimen, as long as you do your fight properly, Specimen really doesn't have much variance. As long as you're reacting properly and timing things properly. Dyne more or less devolves into buff Barret and then cast Fyra. So I'll kind of talk about the buffs since we really don't have much going on in this area. And I'm not really going to have a chance to talk about them during the Dyne fight. And then I'll talk about Anurian Suppressor a bit on the lead-in to that segment as well. But since there's no gap between the two, I'm just going to kind of talk about both fights now. Because Golden Saucer is more or less just go to the Ghost Square and then go to the Sky Wheel Square. Hi. Ai? Yeah, pretty much.
So.
Anyway. I've never played Final Fantasy VII, and I'm just here to make fun of the story. I mean, unironically, it probably would be your job, because as soon as you start seeing me fuming, you'd be like, so, says something stupid, and I'm just like, start laughing. I needed that. Anyway. So we're gonna head into Golden Saucer here. We really don't have much to do. Normally, we'd have to explore the entire Golden Saucer. Fortunately, we wouldn't have to get me on the host. Hey, man, you're gonna have to talk to Vanny on that one. Bob, it was funny because Bob asked me about it. He's like, do you mind if I host? I'm like, no. He's like, I'm not gonna take it if somebody asks for it. And I'm like, sure. I mean, honestly, I'd prefer you to be host, though. So it just seems to be the thing at this point. 3 of us put so much into the event, it's nice to be able to sit down and shitpost for a bit. But, Dyne is pretty straightforward. A lot of it is just Fyra looping him. Build a full ATB, cast Fyra, build a full ATB, cast Fyra. This Dio thing can't be skipped. Sometimes Dio punches twice in a row, so he can actually build his limit faster than we can, which is why we're not blocking. You could block, I think, to shorten the animation, but if he punches twice, he'll limit sooner than we will. But that's not always the case. Most of the time, this is what happens. And our limit's a little bit faster than his, so it's nice. Just gonna skip as soon as we see the crowd here, and that's it. But yeah, for Dyne, it's very similar to Mithril Golem. Mithril Golem, we launched Sonic Boom for the Bravery/Faith bonus. Like I said, it's 20%, but it lasts for about 30 seconds, and that'll be more than enough for this fight. We also are going to add Turbulent Spirit, which will kind of run out towards the end of the fight, but the massive ATB building from Turbulent Spirit is going to really speed up the fight. We also have Swiftcast Fire on. We actually added that before Gigatrice because we needed... we wanted to use him as an ATB battery for Gigatrice. And in this fight, he needs to cast a lot of fire spells, so Swiftcast Fire turns out to be the better way to handle it. Luckily, he has enough MP to just make it through the fight without having to worry about MP absorb or any of that extra nonsense. And he doesn't have a 10% damage bonus at max MP, so it really doesn't matter. As long as he has enough MP to get through the fight, who cares if he runs out? But we're also going to be slipping in another ability as well, called Bonus Round, which is one of the abilities that just kind of, like, makes Barret functional. Without Bonus Round, he's not very good, but with Bonus Round, he actually becomes, like, a contributing party member. Bonus Round is a stack of 60 bullets that will add a magic damaging bullet that's actually pretty good at pressuring the enemy every 4 regular bullets or every other overcharge shot. So it'd be overcharge bonus round, overcharge bonus round, overcharge bonus round, overcharge bonus round, because overcharge is 4 bullets. And that will actually drastically increase our ability to pressure. It'll increase our damage because it's magic based, so it'll do a little bit more than our regular bullets. And it also is very good at building ATB. So bonus round being added in here, plus fire elemental, will make it so we can pseudo stunlock Dine and keep him in pressure for most of the fight. And then just keep spamming full combo into Fire for most of the fight. We'll use a couple of overcharges, honestly. That's the funny part, is we like overcharge each phase. Normally we don't worry about overcharges that much, but the higher damage potential, ATB building, and pressure potential with bonus round kind of just makes it too good to not use. Normally we'd have to recharge overcharge manually by hitting the button, or we'd have to use one of the weapon skills that either increases the recharge rate, or I guess it increases the rate that it recharges and decreases the amount of time it takes to recharge, depending on how you want to look at it. And then there's another one where you get more recharge per input, where you flick your cannon and refill overcharge. So there's a couple of skills. The one we're using is actually a overcharged stagger. So when we stagger an enemy, we get like 85% of the overcharge bar refilled. So it's pretty funny.
See you again soon.
Overcharge does also have an ability that like makes it uninterruptible for the most part. That one's kind of nice too, but it depends on what we're doing, where we want it, where we don't want it. So we're gonna go to the Skywheel Square here. Normally we'd have to explore the entire Golden Saucer before we go to Skywheel Square here. Fortunately, we don't have to worry about that. I did also pick Barret as my date for this trip to the Golden Saucer. And since he's busy hunting down Dine, there's like no dialogue or anything. There's just the camera going like, there's nobody here. And then we can just progress.
We've arrived at your destination.
I'm sorry, sir, but only authorized personnel are allowed past here.
Bring, 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 bring. Alright, so Dine is going to be pretty straightforward, like I said. We're just going to be doing a full combo into Fire. Then an overcharge, and that's more or less how we're going to do, is we're just going to loop into Fire over and over again. Luckily, between Turbulent Spirit and Bonus Round being added into our normal full combo, we can build one full ATB every time to just continually loop Fires over and over again. If we do go for an overcharge, though, with Turbulent Spirit and Bonus Round up, that'll fill our entire ATB, so it'll fill 2 ATB bars, or at least most of it. Overcharge plus Bonus Round and Turbulent Spirit, like, refills your ATB really quickly. And on top of that, since Overcharge is, like, a full couple of bullet animations, you don't have to worry about doing anything with Barret for a while, and you can just focus on doing attacks with other characters while he's doing Overcharge, which is super nice. The fact that you can set and forget with Barret with Overcharge is a really cool thing. Especially since it, like, auto-recharges on Boss Stagger. There are some places where you can sneak it in and get multiple overcharges per fight. A lot of places it's not hard required, but having Overcharge available is a nice little bonus. So normally we have to run around here and do 3 of the 6 mini games to get Gishel Greens to revive Pico. Luckily, this actually gets to hold the progression of the area, so we don't have to worry about doing any of that. Same thing with Golden Saucer. So this area is massively condensed compared to a new game playthrough. Normally, you have to do a lot of nonsense. In New Game, you would do the easiest, or New Game Easy, you would do the easiest side quests, and then you would take Pico, the feathers that Pico gave you, and actually buy the Avian Shinra Avian here, which will end Esther's dialogue a little bit quicker. So I talk to that NPC every time to cancel Esther's dialogue and progress. In New Game Plus, you'd actually take some of the combat-based side quests, because you need to grind levels anyway. So it's more beneficial to do it, or at least arguably. Also, you can get access to the Dragon Claws here, which gives you Star Shower. Star Shower has a lot is very powerful because it buffs the next move by 70%. But in New Game Easy, it's not worth it because you'd have to do the box breaking minigame perfectly to get it without losing time. Because normally what you do is you just don't pick up any time crates and let the timer run out once you've gotten enough points for the minimum score. But if you do it well, you can beat the minigame in that initial amount of time instead of worrying about not breaking time crates. But it's not that easy, and the Dragon's Claw has a very big flaw where it doesn't have any materia slots until way deeper into your late levels, and even then it only has like 1 to 2 slots for a long time. And Star Shower itself really ends up not being as important as like Omni Strike or True Strike. We don't even use True Strike in New Game, but it is something you can use. Luckily, Hard has enough ATB building potential that we often can take advantage of Omni Strike and True Strike at the same time. But yeah, the Dragon Claws are kind of cool, TLDR, but they're not even better than Kaiser Knuckles endgame either. Because Kaiser Knuckle has stat bonusing skills that kind of offset. I guess that's one thing I really haven't addressed was the weapons. All the weapons have like 10 skills once you finish maxing them out, and they'll all have 6 slots, 3 set of linked slots. The other thing that's important though is the skills will kind of determine how good a weapon is, and because of that, like the initial equipment's all really bad. It's just garbage in general. We know him. He'd never do that.
Well, we'll find out soon enough.
But for a lot of it, it determines how good a weapon is. So like, for the Rune Blade here, we have like magic attack bonus. We have one of the skills that increases ATB building, and then we have a 10% damage bonus when we cast a spell at max MP, which ends up becoming quite massive throughout the course of the run. And a lot of time we aim to stay at max MP so we can continually keep that 10% bonus. Aerith, however, has that in her shortcut or her folio, so she doesn't need to worry about having it on her weapon. Aerith's weapons are kind of weird. Some of them do have stat bonuses, but most of them don't. A lot of them have bonusing towards specific elemental damages. So we end up sticking with Ceremonial Rod because it has the highest magic out of all of them. And it's another one of those weapons that has like 1 slot for a long time. So it's a really high, you know, in terms of a playthrough, it's you're giving up materia for raw numbers, which is interesting. But in terms of a hard speedrun, since everything is maxed out, there's no give and take. It's just numbers are better. So dying here is going to go pretty straightforward. Anurian's Suppressor is weak to lightning, so we're going to be taking advantage of that by spamming as much lightning as possible to the point where we just zap him out of existence. Okay, good. Okay, I was a little bit delayed there, but that's fine.
Mr. Branch, another again! Isn't it beautiful? Remember when we had that rat problem? You and me set traps, and you got caught in one of them. I guess old habits die hard.
Okay. As long as Turbulent Spirit is active here, that means that I did the fight pretty well. It will be running out shortly, though. I'm gonna go double fire here. Normally I wouldn't, but since I hit dying directly instead of the arm, wanted to make sure my damage was high enough. Alright, we go this, enemy skill, that, and then A to B stagger for revive. Okay. Alright, let's go. I delay my stance change there just to make sure that it hits and I have full ATB. Sometimes your ATB can be a little bit less or more here, so that's mainly what I'm accounting for. Yeah. I have this really weird, like, push and pull there where for some reason I always, like, think I'm gonna do the split after the cutscene. So I gotta get more in the habit of not thinking about it like that. Because, like, the cutscenes take a while to load, so I have plenty of time to skip. But 156 is pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that, actually.
I don't know a thing about you. Let's fix that.
There's not much to know. I'm a 9-to-5 nobody at a small Shinra subsidiary. Another paper shuffling, copy pasting forwarder of emails.
Another Shinra lapdog.
What cat?
My mistake.
But you lot are special. Properly special. Never met a specialer group of people in all my life. How could I not tag along?
How can I not tag along? Bullshit.
Come now, this is a road trip. We should be bonding, not fighting.
Barrett, promise me you won't take down Scarlet.
Really? The bed, baby.
Alright, I promise. If you don't give up the ghost right here and
Fine, be like that.
I won't let some.
Time to watch the direct at ×2 speed. Yeah, I kind of want to watch it, but I also can't, so I'll just have to, like, osmose it through chat. Because I'm sure people are going to come in all excited yapping about it once it's over.
I can't.
wait, just wait. We'll find somewhere to...
So yeah, Anurian Suppressor, we want to just set up our buffs at the beginning there. The Somersault does a lot of damage, but also helps, like, keep Suppressor from attacking at the open there. So it makes our lives a lot easier if we do it that way. Not necessarily the best way to do it, but you want to make sure that you, like, min-max. Want to be careful about my movement here, because this bunch of junk in the middle of the river can be a huge pain in the butt to drive through. Oh no, what? What happened? Did they, like, release the pre-sales for the Switch 2 while the Direct was up or something? Was this, like, unavailable now? That would be awful. No, they're adding Xbox Live chat! Oh boy, the days of slurs will reign again. Time to watch some Gen A crumple under people saying KYS. I am a demon and you are a bitch. Oh my god, he told me to KYS.
Let's keep it that way.
Not saying that that's okay. I just fucking, like, I just...
Don't get a lot of visitors, what with the jungle.
Early internet dwellers, all of us know we have to have thick
That's
skin.
part of this place's charm, I suppose.
Okay, ideally you want to get up the mountain before Cisne does. If you don't know who Cisne is, she's one of the Turks from the Crisis Core video game with Zack. Most of the Turks are the same. Cisne is like the one Turk that's like unique to Crisis Core. There's actually more Turks in general. They're stealing Discord, but same idea. Yeah. That's an interesting one. But yeah, Cisne is an ex-Turk, or at least that's what she's telling us. Who knows? Once again, the character affections are important for who's in the final boss fight. But the only ones that we need to manipulate are Barret, Tifa, Red, Yuffie. Kate, Shi, who we're already have gotten, and Aerith are seeded. They'll always be in the same spot regardless of their affection values. So I'm not too perturbed about that event.
So bored right.
For here, we need to make sure to rest. So we're gonna do that and that. Can't believe Blade Burst does like no damage in that boss fight. I was hoping the Lightning Elemental would make it do more, but... Yeah. I think I could mention that, but I just figured it was easier to be like, the affection value X, Y, and then we're just manipulating the order. But these two characters are always in the same spot, so we don't have to worry about it. But I mean, I guess it is something that's worth pointing out. Because, like, the thing with him is that, ice, fire and ice, fire. I think it's on Aerith, yeah. Magnify. Kirga. But yeah, it is definitely a point. I kind of, like, go back and forth whether I want to even talk about it or not. Because the affection values are, like, they're so non-present in a New Game Plus run, I don't want to get too deep in the weeds on it. But, yeah, it is something we could do. Or I could talk about. Because the weird thing is you can have Ketchi as a date, but that he is the date if you don't make anybody else love you enough. Or something. I guess it depends on how you want to say it, yeah. Ketchi and the boys!
Now the whispers are back.
Come again? What's a whisper when it's at home?
An arbiter of...
Honestly, like, I'm tempted to add Ketchi as one of the dates, but the problem is, if I have Ketchi on Abzu, it's gonna be absolute dog shit. Because he doesn't have access to his limit unless I Let's Ride. So I'd have to land a Let's Ride. Then I'd have to, like, Faith Magnify. Then I'd have to use probably level 3 box. Since he has the Expiration Medal. While trying to cast Fyra. But, like, Abzu would not get stunned by that at all.
True.
Yeah, I guess Stop would work. I didn't think about that.
We'll see.
That would make my life a lot easier, just cast Stop. Alright, that, I didn't think about that. I'll have to remember that when I'm routing it. So it's literally gonna be free.
Take the lead.
Oh, that's wrong.
My turn.
That's my fault. Nice movement, Dingus.
Get ready.
Should not have taken that fight. I wasted more time on it than saved. I gotta learn what bosses are actually weak to Stop. So many of them can be stopped, it's ridiculous, actually. I guess I could always Sonic Boom Phase 1. No, don't start routing. You know better. Your brain is... Tears of the Kingdom on my phone! Woo! It'll probably run better, too. Get fucked, Nintendo! So we want to avoid swimming as much as possible. Just is very slow. But unfortunately, we have to get in and out of the water to do that, so it's really weird. So the Gungaga reactor is pretty straightforward, for better or worse. There's a lot of fights in here that we should be able to avoid, but it's not 100% consistent because a lot of the enemies are kind of goofy and can be in random places that make it harder to avoid, if not impossible. Like this first fight here, there's 2 frogs and a flower. If the frogs spawn next to the door that I'm trying to go through, I can theoretically wait it out. But if the flower spawns there, I'm just boned. I should be fine. Nice. If the frog was on the other side of the door, it would have been GG. I had to take the fight. There's one other fight where there's 2 bulkier monsters, and it gets a lot more annoying to kill those, so hopefully that one I could skip as well. The other thing is, like, you can reset these fights, but it can just spawn the enemies in the same obnoxious position again, or an equally obnoxious position. Nice. So we gotta spin there twice to make sure they all get grouped together. Normally, in New Game, it's kind of nice. You have to spin twice anyway, because you can build enough ATB. But in New Game Plus, you don't need to build ATB at all, so it's just a annoyance. I should be fine here. Yep. Yeah, that fight's a really weird one. But as long as the enemies are, like, on that side of the door, you should be okay. You can also up-warp to this platform up here. If you actually walk under that platform and then get in the fight with the enemies over there, you can actually reset the enemy fight and it'll warp you to the upper platform because of some weird interaction with, like, verticality in this game. The problem is, if you warp up there to, like, switch to drain the water early before doing the Sephiroth cutscene, the game soft locks. Even if you go back down and watch the Sephiroth cutscene after draining the water here, the game soft locks completely. There's a pretty rigid flag system in this game that makes me think, unfortunately, there won't be many skips, if at all, and if any. There's a few, like, small-ish skips, but for the most part, there just is nothing really appreciable. There's just a few fight skips that make your life easier, and that's about it. But there's no, like, story skips that we can, like, skip huge chunks of story, like, go open, you know, get out of bounds at the beginning of the reactor here and just walk straight to the boss fight. At best, I think you'd have to walk straight to that, like, little cutscene with Sephiroth, get back in bounds, and then drain the water. I don't know why I did that. You usually want to have the camera about in the right position there, but I got greedy and started tilting it too soon. So I moved it about as far out of position as I possibly could have, and then the game was like, no, look. So one of the other big things about MP, too, is both MP and HP materia got a heavy nerf in this game. They max out at 30%, and you can't equip more than 30%'s worth. So even if you put on, like, 3 HP ups, you don't get 90%, you only get 30. Same thing with MP up, so the MP up and HP up are a lot less useful in general. Which is kind of frustrating, but it is what it is.
Maybe. But he's back now.
I want to look up here, because there's going to be a cutscene up there in a second. Alright. Let's go.
Let's be smart.
Into line mode here. Leave. Don't do it! Okay. I got really lucky that Power Cleave caught him in the air there. That might have actually saved time, unironically.
I'm good. I'm about to go. Do this. No. Keep it up. Chill.
Not sure, though. Him jumping probably did lose time, because I had to catch up to him. Wrong. Cloud. That's, that. And then Ice for assist. Then I want Swift Cast over Re-Raise, I believe. Yep, okay. Alright, let's go. So I gotta be careful here. The cutscene here where I get the Chocobos can actually soft lock you if you try to skip it too soon.
Take the chocobo.
You'll notice here that the bird kind of, like, falls in a weird way. What happens is the birds don't always spawn in the proper position. They spawn a little bit below the map, and then it gets corrected. So if I go to skip that cutscene immediately, the birds will spawn in below the map, and then they'll fall out of bounds. The unfortunate part is, since the game assumes you're going to be on the birds here, it enters you in the bird riding state, but you can still walk around normally. And what happens is, when you get into combat, you actually need to get off the Chocobos to initiate combat. And because you're not on the birds, you can't get off the birds to initiate combat properly, nor can you do it before a fight. So we actually have to enter a fight, then reset, and then it will, if we go all the way to the reactor, it will update our autosave, and then we can continue. But this soft lock is, like, preventable very easily by just not being a goober. That's not right.
You'll be blown away. Ready? Tagging out. Good to go? Let me So what do we do now?
Could have been a bit better. I accidentally Thunder it again here, which is a bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. The problem is that Aerith's magnified spells are square and circle, or square and triangle, while Cloud's are circle and X. So when I flip-flop between the parties, every once in a while I make that mistake where I cast Thundera instead. Normally you just go Era-Ra, Era-Ga, and it's done, but because of that I cast a couple of Era-Ras to get everything together, throw a Spellbound Blast, and throw out an Omni Strike. Unfortunately, one of the enemies was a little bit too far away, or the damage was a little bit too low, I'm not quite sure which, but it's fine. That's probably the least awful fight to mess up, because you can very easily our Arrow Magnify there as a backup and just do that twice to get all the enemies together. But it's definitely a lot slower than casting a couple of spells and then running over to the zipline area. One of the things I want to make sure is that, like, Aerith's HP isn't too bad, because we will be tanking some hits on Scarlet, and I prefer to not die to that. You know, obviously not dying is a good option in a speedrun. Once again, we have another hose we have to connect here. You can actually glitch out the length of the hose by, like, grabbing it and then rolling at the end of its length, and it'll glitch out how long it is a little bit. Problem is that, once again, you can't actually plug it in until you move these things. So no matter what, you're forced to come up here and move this, which is quite frustrating. But once again, it's like what I said, the flags in this game are pretty rigid to the point where there's no really super appreciable skips. I think, like, the most useful thing would be, like, somehow causing a combat and then up-warping to that top platform on the reset. That would be super dope. Maybe I'll have to look into that at some point, see if that's a thing. That would save a huge amount of time, not having to zip line around. That's wrong.
Can you take over for me? I'll show you what I can do. This is Scarlet. Watch out for high winds. You can do it. You're up.
Okay. Ideally, you do some movement there with Tifa or Yuffie. Tifa has access to somersault still, so you're better off moving with Yuffie, actually. Especially because her movement is quicker. Oh my gosh, don't do this. Don't do this to me! Yay, he didn't! I could heal Aerith, but she's got more than enough HP. If she was down to, like, 3k, I'd probably heal. The big issue is Tifa's the only one with Cure right now, so I'd have to stop what I'm doing quite literally and cast Cure for a couple of hundred HP, so we're not really too terribly worried about that.
We gotta keep moving. Come on.
Word yourself boost. Dum dum. You practiced this yesterday, you have no excuse.
So it's my turn. Need more magic. Maybe this'll do. You jittery?
When will you learn some manners?
Don't let me down. Anytime. All right. I think we're almost done. One more shot. Too bright? One more. It's your turn now. Split around. Go on.
Oh, that's so annoying. Whatever.
Seriously? Can you take over for me? Giving it my all.
Please be dead, you dumb broad. Woo! Crimson Mare Mark II. So, Scarlet is a pretty difficult fight in New Game, and she's not much easier in Hard. The hard fight, you need to really be on top of everything. The trick is we need to break the arms as soon as possible so that we can put her in pressure. And then from there, she'll start spamming an explosion move that'll do a lot of damage to your party. But once you get her in stagger, you're pretty much good to go. You just need to make sure to hit her with a True Strike and Omni Strike, ideally before Thundera, because if you do it that way, the Thundera will clear her all of her HP. In New Game, her HP pool can be lowered a lot more during that stagger in Phase 1, but in Hard mode, you can only eliminate so much of it. And the main thing is that the second phase becomes a matter of DPS, because the first phase is actually weak to lightning. Phase 2 is completely resistant to it. So all the lightning damage there, or all Aerith's ATB pretty much is useless. The only thing you could do, theoretically, is use Transcendence. But that actually takes some time to charge to actually get the full efficiency out. So you really wouldn't get much there. Ideally, you just set up Darkness, set up Bravery. That'll buff the damage Tifa deals physically by quite a bit. Do a couple of Star Showers. First Star Shower buffs the second Star Shower and gives us a 70% damage bonus. Second Star Shower buffs Somersault and gives that a 70% damage bonus. So that's usually enough to get through all of her HP in Phase 2. I used Art of War with Yuffie just to make sure she stayed close to Scarlet, because Scarlet can target any of my party members at that point. And I also made sure to move Aerith over, even though she wasn't actually, participating in combat, so that if Scarlet targeted any of them, they'd be close enough so that she'd get hit by Somersault anyway. Because if I leave Aerith on the other side of the room, or Yuffie, for that matter, Scarlet can choose to rush them down with one of her moves, and Somersault will whiff. And losing out on 20,000 damage is not where I want to be, so... You know... The other thing, too, is, we can't take over one of those characters in Star Shower, Somersault with Tifa, like we used to be able to. The AI does this really goofy thing where it'll dodge roll before every input. So it'll dodge roll Star Shower, dodge roll Star Shower, dodge roll Somersault. And the reason that's an issue is that'll actually cancel the Star Shower bonus. So we would need to... we have to control her directly to make it work, unfortunately. That's part of the reason why we stay on Aerith for the first half, too. Theoretically, we can just cast the Thunderas without being on top of her. But if we let her cast Thundera like that, not only will it take longer for the Thunderas to get out, but also her ATB assist won't activate because she'll do an action, something in between then an action. You can do ATB building actions in between ATB expenditures for assist. So, the way ATB assist works is it says you gotta perform 2 actions, but they have to be, back to back. So you have to go Thundera, Thundera, if possible, with 2 different ATB. Or Thundera normal combo Thundera, Thundera ATB boost Thundera, Thundera spellbound Thundera. There's a lot of things that you can do to link those abilities together. Anything that builds ATB is usually it. But you can't keep attacking forever. There is a window where it's, 1 action. So, 1 ATB boost, 1 spellbound blast, one full regular combo, shit like that. There's a very specific limit to how much you get out of it. And the things that you can do to build ATB and still get the action. So, even though I do 3 actions there, the Arcane Ward ATB boost into Thundera actually triggers assist, not Thundera into Thundera. The unfortunate part is there's 3 moves there, so you can get the ATB assist off Thundera. It doesn't matter too much, but the ATB building is kind of scuff if you do it that way, so you gotta be careful. But yeah, ATB assist is a very important cornerstone of these fights, honestly. Because we need to loop ATB back to other characters so they can buff us in a lot of ways. A lot of times Aerith has the ATB assist, but it does get shuffled around quite a bit. And like our high damaging character sometimes gets ATB from assist. Other times it's our DPS is pushing ATB assist out. It kind of flip-flops depending on how the fight has to be done. Ginatalk is one of those that has a lot of that, where we have ATB assist on Barret, and he'll be spamming Kurga for most of the fight. But that's going to trigger ATB assist so that Red can do Reaper's Touch over and over again. Gotta walk forward here, so we're going to do that. Oh, that's not right. Now I gotta get out of the house here. A little bit too close to home for me. And now we're heading into Cosmo Canyon. Honestly, Cosmo Canyon is the hardest area. I feel like the area was balanced for a 3-person party, and then they're like, you know, this Barret Red thing is super cool. Let's just make this a Barret Red dungeon. So it's a little bit more complex and difficult than it needs to be, in my opinion. I want to switch to this party. I'm going to need this party for after Cosmo Canyon, or once we get to the other side of the Tiki Shore.
Seriously?
But for now, we just want it so that it'll make menuing a little bit easier before we do the red segment. It's going to be 2 cutscenes here, and then I'm going to go take a quick break. We're running out of breaks here very quickly, so... What's up?
Uh-oh.
What?
Thought maybe planes would be okay, but no.
Out in here? Open a window!
I'll take a look
Hey,
at it
see.
when I'm done.
Yeah? You're not worried about flying around in the open like this? What if Shinra sees us? Shinra don't own the skies. Shitheads couldn't
Yeah, I
stop
guess
me
we'll
even
get
if they
pizza
tried.
and crust or whatever.
I think you and me are gonna get along just fine. We're getting pretty close now.
Alright, so the reset.exe has activated. Ginatalk is a big poopy-faced butthead. I do not like it. The opening for Ginatalk is extremely variable and depends on what combo line he decides to assault you with. There's only one of them that is theoretically undoable, but I do have a solution for it, so we're just going to respond to whatever he gives me, and I'll survive from there. But, yeah, one thing I did do here is I changed my party to Barret Red Aerith, and that actually is for the shores after Ginatalk. If Barret doesn't run out of MP, we can actually do the follow-up fights a little bit quicker.
You see that wanted poster?
A lot quicker. We'll just use Aerith's Aura to group them together, follow up with Fire of Magnifying, call it a day. But the cool thing is in New Game Plus, you can actually remove Cloud from the party and add a different person and lead whoever you want. In normal gameplay, you can change your leader to whoever, but Cloud always has to be in the party plus 2 other people. Depending on what segment you're in, some of those, you know, you can... Cloud will be out of the party, because there are some dungeons that are forced parties, so Cloud will be removed in certain scenarios, but for the majority of gameplay, you have to have Cloud in. Honestly, he's extremely well balanced with his Punisher counters, Counterfire as a counter attack ability that deals with ranged attacks, and just in general having like counter stance and a lot of other very just good general choices. He's a pretty good character, honestly. And there's a reason why he gets Genji Glove, honestly, because he's actually the most unbalanced out of everybody, surprisingly, because of that. But this party here, Cloud Tifa Aerith, is just the headliners, honestly. Aerith's wards make spells extremely potent, and can increase the DPS of spells by an extremely high margin. Also, her Radiant Ward can make it so you don't take any damage while casting a spell, and you can't be interrupted. The ATB Ward to build ATB is extremely strong and used for some cheese builds for Rulers of the Outer World. Cloud just has a lot of options. Some of his are pretty bad, like Flame Bolt and Blade Burst. They're neat, but they just take too long. Blade Burst takes too long to wind up, even though it's magic-based. It's even slower than it was in Remake for some reason. Firebolt's a really weird one because it's fire and then lightning, so in a lot of cases, enemies either are immune to one or the other, or in worst case scenario, they're weak to one and then absorb the other, which is super obnoxious. If it did fire and lightning and just went, used whatever the weak element was, Firebolt Blade would be a lot better. Braver's pretty decent overall, but it's needed in a physical build, so we're really not going to use it. Infinity's End can be pretty decent, though, with Genji Glove, but honestly, Braver Spam still ends up being better in general. Unless you're looking for, like, a longer animation so you can do something else with it. It's a pretty decent, like, tool if you're doing Cloud's special fights with Sephi or Zac. So, this area, like I said before, is going to be Red Barret. So we're going to be needing as much damage as we can, and we're going to need to be very, very aware of how we're taking fights. Okay, so he just takes a while to talk anyway. I might as well go back to rolling then. I was rolling into that cutscene, and I thought the roll was making him take longer to talk, but it looks like he takes a while to talk anyway. So it's whatever. There is a storeroom here that has a bunch of items. It does have a megaphone in it, oddly enough. I don't know why they decided to put a megaphone in there instead of a collar, but whatever. There's also an X potion on the bottom floor. The reason we don't go into the storeroom in any category is you have to slow walk in there, and that just wastes a huge amount of time. It does have an X potion on the bottom floor, right next to the door. But unfortunately, it's deep enough in that it loses you like half a minute to go get it. And because X potions can only be used on the regular gi, not gi Natak, it just would never be worth it. And in all the New Game Plus categories, you'd farm what you need for here. And outside of hard mode, which obviously doesn't allow you to use items as part of its gimmick. And New Game, at least in easy, it definitely is faster to do the fight in literally any other way, rather than grabbing that X potion. Normal, I could probably see that X potion being useful, because some of the enemies are really bulky and can make everything stink.
Painting and poetry are more my thing. My old man, he...
But we're done with this area's nonsense for the most part. We're just going to go down here, do the Spirit Festival or whatever it is. We're going to talk to a couple of party members. Doesn't matter what options we give, because it's an affection thing. My affection's already like in the high 90s for everybody, so there's no wrong options I can take here. Honestly, most of my affection points are through picking a correct option in every dialogue choice. So no matter what I do here, even spamming yes or select for the dialogue options, it can't mess anything up. Most of the additional affection have to be done through like mini games, or specific interactions that are really annoying to do.
I had them. Said it.
What's your fate?
Did I sound...
Alright. The only thing I gotta do is make sure to move here, because Bugenhagen has a lot of dialogue, and if I don't walk forward here, he won't initiate it. Okay, which is what I want. Alright, first strike. Wait, no. I want to do this, boost, E-skill on Cloud, Skill Master. Then I want to move, auto, and then I need to change your lightning into wind, which should be this direction. Correct.
Did you?
Get rid, should have E-skill here, because we need to have, Mind Blast slash self-destruct.
I commend you for choosing.
ATB should be on
All
there.
of us here are friends.
So yeah, Bugenhagen's dialogue here can be canceled so we can get through this area a lot quicker. It's much more bearable. Otherwise, this area takes forever. Unfortunately, Gina Talk is not a very easy fight. It's very easy to lose time on Gina Talk, depending on if you fail to perfect guard the first couple of hits. Because the gimmick here is we've actually left HP MP swap on red, which actually is serving a different purpose here. The initial purpose was to gimmick his critical status, so that Reaper's Touch did max damage, but we're actually going to be using Self-Destruct here on enemy skill, which would put him in crit regardless. But HP MP swap has a very interesting interaction with damage taken. Your limit is always a certain amount of... You gain a certain amount of limit based on the percentage of your HP lost.
Now we follow the cave where it leads.
Cool. But, the... Oh wait, I actually need to swap my party. So your limit gain is based on percentage of HP loss. We can artificially enhance that percentage by keeping HP MP swap on, which will make our HP like 100 or something like that. And then that way, whenever we take damage, we'll get about a third of a limit. The important part is, though, when you block normally, you'll take damage, but they introduced perfect guarding to the Yuffie DLC, and they carried it over into this. So now we can actually perfect guard an attack and take 0 damage, but the game still counts it as taking damage. So with a couple of perfect guards and switching into Vengeance stance, will allow me to take those 3 hits and get a free limit out of it, as well as going into Vengeance and building some Vengeance from perfect guarding as well. Vengeance is also really nice because it'll add an additional hit to a lot of Red's attacks while he's in it, not just his normal attacks. So we'll use that to get additional damage on Reaper's Touch as well, which is super duper nice.
What is this?
This is a place of peace. We got this covered. You just float yourself up into a nook. As if I weren't going to already. Monarchy, look here. Such walls should be well within your power to climb. This place is giving me the creeps. Your discomfort is only natural.
That's fine. Luckily, Barret has barrier and regen here, so a lot of these fights you'll slowly but surely lose a little bit of HP, but the barrier will reduce the physical damage he takes, and the regen will offset some of the damage a bit, which is nice. Luckily, Barret has the highest HP of all the characters in the game, too, so he has quite a large pool. I really won't get worried until I'm, like, sub 4,500, honestly. Barret can heal himself, however, before the boss if I really am feeling so inclined.
What the hell is that?
Right here, we're going to use self-destruct to gimmick my HP down.
Ready? Nice. Go. You got this.
So we could theoretically do enough damage here without using self-destruct here. But like I said before, we're leaving HP MP swap on so that our HP is really, really low, so that when we perfect guard something, it's about a third of a limit we get. So that's kind of the goal, is we have to find a different way to get him down to critical. So instead, we use self-destruct. Unfortunately, we kind of have to take this fight here because the snakes were in a really annoying spot. Not much I can do about it. Next fight, however, we're going to have to go across this crevasse alone. So we're not going to have access to Barret, which is fine, actually. That's part of the reason why we self-destructed where we did. That also sets up Reaper's Touch as well. So a couple of Reaper's Touch will be enough to kill any Gi on our own. But since usually there's a lot of fights with multiple Gi in them, we just want to self-destruct fire to clean things up.
Damn if that doesn't look convenient.
So we have to pick up a statue here, which is going to activate that Gi statue over there. One thing I do want to do is make sure that I go straight towards the Gi statue, so that once I drop this statue right here, I'll be closer to the combat area. So Animus there is pretty dangerous. It can one-shot me, obviously because I'm at 1 HP, but it still would do a lot of damage even if I wasn't at critical. The main thing is, in Perfect Guard, you are invincible to damage. When you're using Vengeance to change into Vengeance mode, it'll show that you're taking damage numbers, but you're actually invincible. And then the same thing for Reaper's Touch. You're also invincible while in that attack. The difference is your keep value, which is something I really haven't talked about the whole game, which determines whether an ability keeps going or if it's interrupted, is fairly low on Reaper's Touch. So you actually will not really, you're not going to finish Reaper's Touch if you do that. You won't die, but you're not going to have any ATBs, so we really don't want to do that there. So I move out of the way to make sure Animus doesn't hit me, and then I hit him with the second Reaper's Touch. You can immediately fire off Reaper's Touch if you're in the right spot, but I've had a lot of trouble hitting that recently, so we're going to play it safe.
From one foe to the next, felling all who dared oppose him.
Hold on. If there was a Watcher who single-handedly saved the canyon, how come I've never heard of them?
For now, you should focus on your own struggles with the Gi. Their malice grows more potent.
Ooh. When your reveal trailer looks fine when you're doing it at double speed. There's a lot of fights that we're going to take where we just kind of move everybody.
How indeed? Ideas, My, resourceful you've become.
Together! Sorry.
Oh.
I think we did all right back there.
I didn't need to do it that way. Oops. Hello? Whatever.
I got
Okay.
this one, guys.
Sorry.
Get off me.
Like golden opportunity right here.
Okay, let's shake a leg.
Well, I learned something today. You can theoretically start that fight. I'm just gonna have you cure yourself again here. Hello? Oops. No. Okay. Alright. I'm not gonna say that was a good canyon, but it was a canyon. Let's go.
We beat them.
Oh wow, my MP is really scuffed.
They have yet to prove. Yeah, go get some!
70? Alright, I can make that work. Luckily, my practice file has 70 MP. Or 69, actually. Alright, I'll have to be careful about curing up there. I can only do it once. Got it. And I have to do it earlier on before the second D fight. So that I can refill off the snakes. Luckily 70 is more than enough. If I was really down bad, I could always put MP up over the binding materia here. Honestly, I could just take the binding materia off and swap it for time. I was already discussing it with Strife. So I could leave the MP up on Barrett and then swap the time materia in the menu. Alright, let's go. Let's make 70 be enough, right?
As with good and evil, sorrow.
I expect a couple of resets here, because Ginatok is kind of a fart face.
Way here alone. Again, his bravery.
Talk about an axe to grind.
Why the hell's this thing shifting us?
That might be too soon. Okay, we're fine.
It hurts, don't you? Got this. All right, watch and learn. Awesome, I got something just.
Okay, good. I almost overdid that. I should not have gone that hard.
There's so many.
Where's a big bucket of water when you need it? Ooh, gotta love it.
Fire.
Oh, this is gonna burn. Want some more? You ain't getting up. Don't you let up now. This is.
That is shit. Ooh, this is gonna be bad. That's fine. Oh, that was rough, but whatever. That's gonna save us a lot of time overall. Not the best Ginatok fight, but it got us through, which is what I really needed. Okay. The most exciting thing of the Direct was them adding GameCube games to Nintendo Online. Okay. In
Can
Tooging.
anyone explain to me why we're even taking this detour? Anyone? 'Cause
I'm not gonna say that I was happy about that. I got really lost in the sauce on that fight.
Talk like that in a place like this. I'm scared out of my wits here.
I don't know. This key
Can't believe I
dude's too nice to
sidewinded
freak me
there.
out.
That was such a weird input.
But who knows what he's planning?
I probably should just go back to using Berserk through the menu, honestly. So that I don't, like... I know for sure I input it. Problem is, sometimes I don't know if I input the Berserk or not. So it screws with my head.
Here goes. Why don't you lead the way?
Watch and learn.
Rest, for the materia is ours.
Rest of the materia is ours.
Okay. I got greedy there trying to cast Fire too soon.
It was our fate to be spurned by the planet forevermore.
I was thinking too much about what Strife said, where it's like you can't save time here. Or you can't do it optimally or something like that.
With materia, you mean?
It's one of those, like, I don't think that was the intention of the statement, and my brain goes, yay, I'm gonna do something stupid that is definitely not why I was told that information. And the indication was not to do what I just did.
I'll take care of it. You've got this.
There we go.
Salvation will be ours. Salvation will. There is but one.
There we go. So the nice thing here is we still have Flame, or Fire MP Absorb. And Barret, as long as we go through Gi correctly, we should exit with at least 3 MP. I exited with quite a bit more because I screwed up my Kiriga casts and got off cycle. I also cast Fire on the skulls as well, which does result in me getting some MP absorb, and since our HP was at full, I got a lot more MP back than I put in. At least a little bit more anyway. The main thing is you need to kill those skulls before they cast Fire, because if they hit Barret, it's not an issue, but if they hit Red, he's instantly dead. The only thing we could actually do about that is under-level one of the elemental materia, so that it only maxes out at level 2 before we come here, and then elemental materia level 2 plus Fire would immune us to Fire. Because we can't have it level 3 because we would absorb the Fire, and that would turn off Reaper's Touch. Theoretically, you could, I guess, deal with that, but there's no way to take additional damage outside of self-destruct, which would kill you. So, like, we would have to set up some sort of self-destruct that, like, does damage instead, and then we use Reprieve. There's a lot of weird things. But, like, that's getting down way into the Jin Weeds, rabbit hole kind of thing. Okay, Aerith.
So it's my turn? And can you take over for me?
Can you take the lead?
That's super annoying, dude.
It's your turn.
Oh, I'm gonna make you howl.
Huh? Oh, there you go.
To the planet, we were not welcome. Not in life, nor in death.
You know, I thought it was funnier that way, so I did it.
Those not born.
We did lose a little bit of time here, because I need to be up those stairs before that dialogue starts, but...
to that from which one did not arise. And so our souls sought refuge.
The Lancers in that fight are super obnoxious, but we need to make sure the Summoners die first. Because the Summoners can revive the Lancers. They are completely vulnerable while casting Arise, but if you don't stop them from casting Arise, you're in a really bad spot.
It's good to see you again.
Did they announce a release date or anything for the Switch 2, or did they just, like, fluff it up where it's like, hey, it's Switch 2, guys! Woo! It's crazy! June 5th? Okay. I heard that was already known, but...
They called it their salvation or whatever.
They give an MSRP or...
Sounded more like something with the potential to reach some serious.
I mean, I can look it up after this, but why not? I got plenty of downtime here.
Can't let him have it either.
Him?
Sephiroth. Did no one else sense him?
No.
You're the resident expert. If you say Sephiroth was there, I'll believe you.
Wait. So, are you saying Sephiroth's after the black materia too?
Probably. Better to assume he is.
Well, come on! Let's go! Can't let anyone get between me and my materia! So, Kitsu, I gotta ask, how do you know about the Cetra Temple anyway?
Well, I wouldn't say I know about it exactly. Not directly, anyway.
What's that supposed to mean?
I just recall some document or other discussing its existence. If we can get to a Shinra terminal, I should be able to find it again.
Terminal, huh? They set any up here?
I think so? I bet old Boogie will know for sure.
Blessings of the planet be upon you. Are you in need of guidance?
Not that you've got.
Alright. Have fun with the flight. Ding donger! Alright. So we're headed into Nibelheim. Nibelheim. The home of Odin, apparently. So we're going to fast forward a bit here so that we can skip this cutscene while the plane's landing. It's a little bit faster than holding triangle to skip the cutscene. It's one of those, one of the more goofy time saves. That's the last time, though. When we exit Nibelheim here, we actually... We'll be able to save more time by, Okay, so Len, let's go.
It's just too real.
You can actually get on Selen twice there, but it's probably slower. So we're gonna get the another split party here. Let me switch back over to this one. I gotta be careful with that because this Barrett Red party is really only for that shore segment after Gina Talk. And if you have Barrett Red, or if you have that Barrett party in any segment, you'll end up in a position where Barrett gets leader because you were on that party significantly. So you have to like change things back and unleader him, which is super obnoxious. Because we actually don't mess with shortcuts very often. It's few and far in between when we do. Try to avoid it as much as possible.
Yeah.
It totally. So, let's give the poor thing what it wants and see the sights.
Hey, don't just...
I can't believe this. Oh.
Alright, so we will have to swap our parties out, but for now, we're not going to bother doing any setup. We're just going to head up the mountain with Cloud, Tifa, Yuffie.
No need to wear yourself out. So,
Headed to the rear.
New bridge just went in.
That the new bridge I see up ahead?
Try and summon Selen here. Have her catch up eventually. Then we'll take Selen over the bridge here. I gotta be careful because the AI really likes to sideswipe you. Ideally, you want to slide onto the bridge straight, but it's very hard to get a straight line going in there. As soon as you touch the edge of the bridge, though, it kicks you off the bird, so we're trying to maximize the amount of bird speed we get. Gonna head up the mountain here. Ideally, we take, like, this one fight here, and then the rest we don't do anything. Once again, we can't use Tifa's movement because she... Oh, that's super annoying. Because she has, Chi Charge activated. She actually has 2 abilities that'll give her a 50% chance to start with Omni Strike, or Unbridled Fury active, whatever you want to call it. So we actually have both of those abilities on, so it's 100% that she starts with Omni Strike. Omni Strike actually, like, changes how the game works quite a bit. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Honestly, that fight's very annoying without ATB, so we really would rather not take it. Honestly, I would have probably reset it if I got caught in a fight with those two. They're super hard to deal with. Ideally, we can skip the grasshoppers here too, but it depends on which way they jump. Which it seems like they decided to go forward instead of sideways, which is great. The next couple of fights should be pretty easy to skip, but they're not guaranteed. The zoo usually moves slowly enough that you can go around it pretty consistently. The only problem is, like, the next fight after that with the double grasshoppers and Velocowing. If the grasshoppers or Velocowing are really close to where you jump up, you might have a hard time evading the fight by climbing up the rocks next to it.
Come on. Let's find another route.
Alright. The one funny thing is, if you get in this fight with a zoo, it actually, like, resets you to this platform, but maintains the height of this platform, so you actually get spawned in falling down. Which is kind of funny, but I also don't feel like losing a bunch of time just to laugh. Ah! This is what I'm talking about right here. Getting up these rocks is not easy, that's why I, like, kind of ran into them for a minute there. That grasshopper was in a really awful spot. Luckily, the Shriekers here are free to skip. This is where we pick up one of the last weapon upgrades, normally for Cloud, the Ingenious Saber. We actually grab the Crystal Sword as well in the Gongaga Reactor, and as a consequence of that, we take that frog fight I was yapping about earlier, skipping. The Crystal Sword is honestly one of the best in the game, because it's very well balanced. The only downside is you have, like, no materia slots. It's intended to be Cloud's crit weapon, but in a new game setting, the fact that it has, like, plus magic, plus attack, is fine. It makes it very well balanced, because sometimes you want to be, you have to use Spellblade, sometimes you have to use Power Cleave. Magic is usually better if an enemy has a, you know, weakness to a magic, but in general, you know, physical can be very useful in a new game run. But yeah, as of now, we still have the strength up on Barret. I could toggle it over at any time, but I want to keep it for now. This dragon fight here is usually pretty difficult without ATB, so we do this. And by this, I mean we skip the fight. We could theoretically build ATB with Berserk, Spellblades, counters, get a fat Blizzica off and just one-shot it. The thing is, it's just not worth the effort. That fight takes way too long, so luckily we can just very easily skip it. Fight skips like that are part of the thing that, part of what I think makes this game super fun, is being able to just slip past fights and be like, nope, not doing it. I refuse. There are a few endgame fight skips that actually aren't worth doing, though. Because you actually have to, like, start and restart the fight. So we'll just be killing those enemies, but I'll talk about that skip when we get there. Luckily, Nibelheim has a few fight skips, because the enemies here are pretty bulky, and they're not super easy to take down in every scenario. So minimizing the amount of, like, mini-boss enemies is very nice, because a lot of these enemies are extremely overtuned. And I know this is supposed to be like the penultimate area, but some of these enemies just are stronger than they should be. Especially with, like, some of the forced parties that you have. So there's a few fights where Ketchi is supposed to be alone, and it makes those enemies ungodly hard to kill, to the point where, like, a lot of people dislike Ketchi because of the design of his segment, I think. Just like it's not that it's unbalanced, it's that it's unbalanced unless you know how to deal with Ketchi. and use him. Ketchy is actually very strong, honestly. Very cool character, but a lot of people don't know how to use him, so... I would heal Cloud here, but I'm going to take a hit from the boss anyway, so it's whatever. Ideally, with the demonic entity, he's just as weak as he was in the Yuffie DLC, but he's got even less of a chance now that we have Somersault from Tifa and undamage-capped Blizzaga from Cloud. So we'll throw down a Berserk to get a damage buff, and then charge a couple of Spell Blades. And while we're charging the Spell Blades, Tifa will be charging her limit as well, firing it off, and then I'll finish things up with a Blizzaga, easy peasy. You could theoretically, like, re-equip for this fight, but I don't think it would make it any faster. And you'd probably lose time in the menu. So, we make do with what we have. As long as Demonic Entity doesn't start warping around the room, it does not matter. That's really the only thing we're trying to prevent. Other than that, we don't really care much. I do want to heal Cloud after this, because there's a couple of fights he'll have to take, and Yuffie and Tifa won't be there, so using their MP doesn't matter much. Okay, I did that wrong. But like I said, Tifa's not going to be in the party, so it doesn't really matter. Most of the time with Tifa, we're trying to balance her cures between curing the party and making sure she has enough MP to cast Faith Magnify as needed. Because in the final dungeon, there's a lot of very bulky enemy fights at the very end where we want to spam Faith Magnify. Speaking of High Caliber Choco Cape, then I want to get Ketchy for first. High Caliber. I want Choco King Cape, and then I want Hermes Shoes. Yes. Want to go this, Elemental. This needs to be Lightning, I think. Yeah. And then we go set you up. And then assist. And then I want to make sure you have Swift Cast. Wait. Oh, I did this all kinds of wrong. Aerith has Swift Cast. Move that down. And then MP Absorb is what it was. I was partially correct there. Okay, I should have read all the menu there first. I did get the assist. I did swap to Lightning. And I did put the Elemental on Barret. I could double check the Elemental in the fights. I need to practice some of these late game menus again. Could be worse though. I think I got most of the menuing done quickly. It was just the last two that I always get confused. Because you want to swift cast Comet because we're actually going to spam Comet on lost numbers. So it'll make the fight a lot quicker. Then we also need MP Absorb on Ketchy here, so I have enough MP to get through this whole area. Ideally, we can use Blizzaga on Ketchy and Firega on Barret. The problem is we won't have any healing in the Vincent fight. And Vincent can deal a lot of damage to Cloud. So it's better to have it set up that way with Cure over Ice. The problem is you lose out on some damage, but luckily most of the damage comes from Aerith anyway, so... Doesn't matter which order I do it in. Sonic Fire plus Sonic Boom is enough, regardless of whether Sonic Boom goes first or not.
The cat of the hour.
Alright, so the bats here kind of determine whether I get optimal movement or not. There we go. Leave roll here, and then roll up here. Gotta be careful with the rolling, though, because it will break boxes, which makes your day really stinky. There we go. Usually want to save load here to get the elevator down as quickly as possible. The big thing here is we got a bunch of box throwing mini games that are going to save and lose time here. There's a couple of levers we have to hit with a box. There's a couple of... we have to do a mini game where we have to break 10 boxes as well. And then we also need to throw 2 boxes into a funnel so that we can open the next gate. There's a lot of interesting mini game design here.
Okay then.
Of course.
I'll take care of them.
Okay, we're just gonna... Barrett's first strike and ATB boost. I knew I missed something. Okay.
Fancy the wee what?
Watch out for high winds.
I'm doing it! Meow, 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 meow.
Unfortunate mistake. I do need to practice these menus. I shouldn't be making those mistakes. Having to go back into the menu is just the worst. Should not be a thing I have to do.
This cat's got claws.
This is so annoying.
You're gonna love this one.
Come here, bat. Okay. Oh, come on. What broke the box? I hate this, dude. That box can get deleted if it gets hit. I don't know what hit it, though. The thing is like, your hit can break it, but the enemy can also break it, too. I guess I'm just gonna stop trying to smuggle it, because the game... Nah. It's funnier to smuggle, honestly. It may not be faster, but it's funnier. Because I'm practicing for a marathon, so if I can smuggle it through the door, it's nice. But yeah, it's a bit annoying. Sometimes the enemies put you in a position where you break the box and you can't smuggle it all the way. I'm going to do a little bit of the movement here and then try and get off the Moogle as the doors open, because it locks me in position anyway. So I can double dip on the thing. Ideally, we can avoid the bat fight here. Looks like they're going to be maybe... Oh, that's super annoying. Alright, we want to pick this up. Oh, that box is in a really bad position. Oh, wow, I really threw that. This is super bad, man. Oh, I should not have turned around that soon. What am I doing? I messed this up big time. We're gonna lose a ton of time here. I hate this minigame so much, dude. This area is way more annoying than it needs to be. It's so silly. What? No! Oh my god, stop it! Pick it up! I hate this fucking minigame, brother! Because somebody in their infinite wisdom was like, yo, let's have this be like 3 different buttons. It's because I turned the other way. Yeah, we're losing time here. No doubt.
Muscle levels increasing. Additional accelerants
Please
required
land this.
to
I
meet
really...
operating
What the...
standard.
Oh my god, this minigame is absolutely the pits. You know, I probably lost as much time as I would on a boss fight.
Levels confirmed. Generator online. Lockdown protocol disengaged.
Okay, let's go.
You'll be blown away. Get him.
Deserves a round of applause.
It's, a clown. Yeah, that minigame is the pits. It's usually not that bad. That was impressively awful. It was a mixture of a lot of very bad luck and some very questionable choices on my part.
That was quite a scrap.
Oh, wow, that's great. I'm gonna have to heal you for sure. With that amount of HP, I'm not confident going into the next area. Ideally, I don't really take any damage, or if I do, like, me and the boss pretty much die together anyway. Oh. Excuse me.
This one's a showstopper. You fighting.
Now the game's just... Oh, it's because I had the megaphone out. This game is super obnoxious, man. Hello? Please just hit the box. That's all I can say, man.
Cycling down.
Ever seen a man die on the inside live on stream? This is what it looks like when your hopes and dreams are crushed. Please give me yin. I need as much time save as possible, man. Thank you! Oh, man. I didn't need to heal then. Whatever.
I fear my luck's running out.
That's so... That box minigame is so frustrating, dude.
Elevator operations suspended for safety inspection.
Alright, at least I'm in the right spot here. Hopefully my box damage doesn't kick in again. That's super annoying. What? I disagree. Are you kidding me? Oh, man. Well, we're not gonna save any time here, that's for sure. Cool minigame, bro. Don't you love how this area is just a bunch of minigames you're not allowed to skip?
Inspection complete. Resuming operation.
Yep, I want to sink right into the floor. I want the sweet embrace of the Grim Reaper's scythe on my throat! A throat goat! Get me out of here. Let's go.
Here goes. This should make you stronger. Can you take over for me? Get him!
And Faith on Aerith. HP boost.
I'm coming. Come on.
At your service.
You've got this.
Be ready for it now.
So it's my turn? Thanks. Ready? You can do it.
Just bring it home.
I'll take It's in pain.
Transcend arm. Sure.
I swear, when I get my hands on Mojo,
Why am I... Oh, God, this is such a weird way to do this.
Someone looks kind of shaky.
No! I hate you two. I hate you two so much. Stop! I close the elevator. Either warp in or fuck off. That's all I gotta say.
Well, look who the cat dragged in. Here.
Expeditionary medal. I believe we grab Choker King Cape back. First, fire. ATB assist onto Aerith, I think? Yes. Then we want to go wind. Then we go swift cast for MP, and then re-raise. Defense for strength. First for this. Switch you over to Firaga. Firaga 2. Fuck shot. Then we switch party members out. Yeah. I think it's been a while since I've been so extensively box trolled. I box trolled myself pretty hard on the conveyor belt minigame yesterday, but that was next level box trolling. So unfortunate. Imagine, like, having a good run and then not PBing because box minigames are annoying. I was so salty about the pump minigame, but the box minigames are like, there's 6 of them! It's 6 pumps! Why am I gonna pump you up? Alright, what do we get here off the rip?
Every little bit helps.
It's on you.
On character? Sure.
You okay? Why don't you lead the way? Another.
Oh, yeah, right. I mean, I guess that's one way to look at it, for sure. Cure Cloud. There we go.
Let's do this. Focus. Time to burn.
Golden split? Sure, whatever you say, bro. You guys ready for me to fuck up the easiest boss in the game? Roche 3? I was watching a, like, no-hit run of Roche 1 the other day from Remake, and I was just like, oh my god. This game is so much slower paced. Prime mode, into Plasma.
Need a light. Let's get this over with.
Unfortunate, but whatever.
You okay?
I won't have your pity. This is a race.
I started buffering my one of those slashes too soon.
Need a light. You're mine.
I think I need to combine these splits. There's really no, like, need to have Roche separated. I don't think he's a significant enough boss that, like, both should be individually compartmentalized, especially without like any significant menu.
You folks.
The only like benefit here is if I'm doing blindfolded attempts on Roche, I can actually like see how bad the Roche blindfolded fights went, which will be soonish. All right, this is the last cutscene, so I gotta go use it. What?
Could you tell me a little more about my mom?
Sure. I was greener than Mako when I met her fauna. She took my heart for a spin. Not you, Sid. Aerith,
Yeah?
what happened to your mother? She get sick?
Doctors always said she had a weak constitution, and trying to escape didn't help. I think she just pushed herself too hard, all so that I could be free.
I'm sorry. At least she went out on her own terms.
Did she?
Even if she didn't, you should honor her memory by enjoying the life she gave you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Hey, don't know if y'all heard. Wutai's finally made a move against Shinra. Might be war. And as Midgar's been bombed to hell and back, Shinra's gotta be on the ropes.
Good.
War isn't worth celebrating. Ever.
Exactly. This'll affect everyone. For the worse.
It's like when Sephiroth shows up. Nobody wins.
On a related note, if war is officially declared, it will be long before borders start closing. So, if
Well,
you
that
want
was a
something
cool
to
way
do,
to lose a
you
minute.
might want to get a wee shuffle on.
You know, the thing is, it's like every character has its own like identifying gimmick. You know, Red's running on walls, Barrett's that he can shoot things. Tifa's... What is Tifa's? What is Tifa's? She can flip switches and push things? Yeah, like every character kind of has their own gimmick in their controllable segment. Yeah! Tifa is that UV solar shit. You know, Cloud can slash things. Yeah, every character kind of has their own gimmick. They kind of ran out for Cat Chi and they're like, boxes. Let's throw boxes. And it's like, look, man, on paper, this makes sense, but like, why is it a defining trait of him? Literally anyone can do this. And they lean, in my opinion, I don't really like hate the idea that he has his own unique mechanic. I just hate that it's overused. It's oversaturated in that area. You have to do the whole conveyor belt at the end. You have to do the boxes into the funnel to open the door, and you have to hit like 4 switches. Like about half of that would have been fine. Yeah, I mean, you know, but that my point is like it's just I don't mind it being a thing, but it's used too much. It's twice as many times as it should be, especially for how small that area actually is in the long and short of it. Oh my gosh, bro. I'm getting a long brain damage. So driving the boat here, we just want to be careful to not get too close to the walls so we don't slow ourselves down. So a lot of this, I'm just trying to do very granular movement to adjust the position of the boat here so we keep going at full speed. In New Game, you can't take this area anywhere near as quick. It slows you down about halfway through, or a third of the way through that valley. Luckily, in New Game Plus, that doesn't happen, so this area is a lot quicker. We're going to head over to the Golden Saucer here again, which is where the date would be coming up, so we'd be locking that in very shortly. I need to double check something, but I'm pretty sure you can change the date the moment you get into here. And I think you can change the date in the menus before you exit the room. So I'll have to check to see if that's a thing, but I'm pretty sure I tried it once and it worked, but I can't clearly remember if I'm like if that's true or not. So I don't want to get too lost in my own sauce. We need to go to Battle Square. It's much better to kind of delay on that menu than fire it off immediately. Because if you just do that menu immediately and warp to the wrong area, the warp takes forever. and the game takes a while to spawn in the area, then you have to wait for the Moogle to shut up so you can talk to it again and then warp again, so... It's... The Moogle warps in the Golden Saucer are one of the few places where, like, taking it slow, making sure you select the right thing will very much help you in the long run.
Aha! Found him! Greetings, Mr. Director! He doesn't look quite right.
So we open up the map here and change the magnification. Map has two settings. The L1 and R1 will take you to the story progression bit, but if you actually use the menu button, or the button that opens the menu in this game, that will actually zoom the map out one. So normally when you're in here, you're in the Golden Saucer map, but if you zoom out, it'll move you to like the world map of this area. And then if you zoom out again, you can see all of the different, like, world map areas that we travel to. So we do that so that we can just re-warp to the beginning of the saucer and then jet from there. If I didn't want Tifa as the date here, I could check it here. But I don't. I do want Tifa as my date. I could swap her with Aerith, but that'll just make my life more annoying than it needs to be. And considering, like, this run, for the most part, has been pretty good, there really hasn't been a big reset yet. There's just been a couple of scuff fights, and then Box Bash, Box, Doomsday 2.0, Boxapalooza. I had a funny one in there. Boxageddon. Kind of like, you know, one of those, like, funky things that they have for the monster truck rallies or whatever. Monster Truck Devastation 2027! Prepare to be smushed! Or something like that, you know what I mean? So nice enough. We really just want Tifa and Aerith here for these segments. And what I mean by that is we want Tifa and Aerith for the next 3 fights, plus the boss. Aerith is kind of like non-negotiable, because the Arcane Ward will massively buff Cloud's damage without having to worry about building a bunch of ATBs, so we need to have her. Fortunately, Abzu can be stopped, so as long as we make it through the first phase, we can just stop Abzu and deal with it that way. Skip. Yeah, the skips here are kind of weird. You have to, like, skip it normally. And you also have to make sure you can actually skip it. Start the cutscene, skip normally, skip by using up. It's super weird. The whole skip for the play is, like, really counterintuitive. This would be about 6 minutes of cutscenes, whoop-de-doop-de. Also, fun fact, when you first visit the theater, there's actually an HP up materia in the bottom right corner that's level 3, so it's 15% HP. Actually, I think it's 20, because it's 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah. So it's 20% HP bonus, which is super nice. For a speedrun, you wouldn't want it. It does have a decent amount. It's, 30 seconds for quite a bit of MP, or HP, or money. But, the damage isn't, or equipping HP up usually is not a good idea, because it messes with your limit building. Luckily, we don't really use a lot of limits outside of Tifa's Somersault, so limit building isn't really that big of an issue. So we could use HP ups if we want, and we do in some scenarios, just not very often. We're gonna head into the Golden Saucer, or the battle arena here. Got a bunch of, like, small enemy fights, so a lot of this is just gonna be Faith, Magnify, Fire, go, 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 go. Fire up. This next fight, I just gotta wait for the Cactars to attack me, so I'm just gonna wait.
Feisty fighters can run rings around the competition. Just trying to keep up with them on their daily work was almost impossible. Little beauty, let's finish this.
One more shot.
But I began if I know which one's which. You really raised them all by yourself? It's like the presence of a glorified Whisperer. So we know their stories, but do we know if they've got a plan to stop Theo's champions in their tracks? Next special match is taking a Tokyo Wild.
What are you? Oh my gosh.
For the throne on his Chase from his home Wall Market, and with the Neo Wall Market plans in shambles, Cornelius is the best, greatest.
We're gonna have to restart that. I don't have enough HP for the next phase. Doing. I don't. Unfortunate. Faith. Berserk. Unfortunate. We're gonna lose time here because the game is being really obnoxious right now. Very unfortunate. Okay.
Are you ready? Fantastic. Then without further
Here goes. Tagging out. You'll be blown away.
Oh, that's not good. That's so annoying! God dang it, Tifa, you screwed me over twice!
Are you ready? Fantastic. Then without
You can do it.
I practiced this yesterday. I'm so mad. Huh? Oh, that's great. I do not want to be this low on HP, but I guess I gotta have to. Shit.
Meet Kamui, my new gift to myself.
Fine, that'll work.
Oh, please. Just
Prime mode. Rebirth. Restarting that fight sucks so much.
Really though. No,
We lost so much time to that nonsense.
Nice one. That's the best match I've seen in a minute. Glad we dodged it. He can't have gotten far.
I don't know, man. Those somersault misses are pretty offensive to me, honestly. I can blame the second one on myself because I, knew Spellbound Blast was gonna knock him back, but the one in the Tonberry fight was incredibly offensive, and the fact that she missed half of it in the second one makes me even madder because there's no reason that should not have hit twice. The AI is just being extra freaking obnoxious right now, and I'm not happy about it. Very upset, actually. There's no reason that these fights should have gone this way. If she's gonna keep whiffing somersaults, this PB's dead. It's a decent marathon run, but I'm not happy about missing somersaults like that. That's the big thing, right? Somersault is like free damage, but sometimes the AI just biffs it, and you're like, oh great, I love missing my attacks. That's always the funnest part of it. AI in this game has the targeting sense of a blind person.
Hello, and welcome to Park Central.
A lot of those fights, like, your HP isn't super important. So going into Abzu with low HP is gonna get you killed. That's why I had to reset the Tonberry fight, even though I could have finished it. Oops. Whatever. Yeah, you want to walk here, actually. Getting into the Tiny Bronco will start the cutscene immediately. Problem is that it takes forever to load, so it's actually faster to do it this way. Well, we're heading into the final dungeon here, and we really have a razor-thin margin of error here, so any more mistakes or the game just deciding to tell me to saw it off is catastrophic at this point, honestly. There are some things I can recover, but not many. This, that, ATB boost, fire gun. Okay. Good enough. Alright, yeah, so the whole thing there is we want to do that fight quickly enough, because there's actually extra enemies on both of those platforms to the side that will spawn in. They're actually already spawned in, but they won't initiate the combat until a certain amount of time has passed. So as long as we clear out that first fight quickly enough, we can avoid spawning the second wave, which is quite a few enemies. It's like another 10 or something like that. 5 from, like, either side. And they're very far away, so they take forever to get close, too. So it's just faster to make sure we just don't let them spawn in properly.
Just like that, okay?
Luckily, the temple has a lot of straightforward fights, for the most part. As long as I'm paying attention, we should be fine. Roll out here. So we did change Barrett over to high caliber rifle. That's pretty much the only weapon swap the whole time. Barrett kind of just, like, doesn't really do much one way or the other, but the high caliber rifle is his highest physical weapon, while the Fenrir is much better in magic. But with the strength and magic swap, it's kind of in a weird spot where it really doesn't matter. We just add the high caliber rifle because it has a couple of skills that we want and a little bit of extra damage. Because, like, one of the things we do is we actually, instead of using the overcharge recharge stuff, we actually use overcharge, we use the overcharged ability that actually makes it harder to interrupt. So we can use Overcharge a lot more in the end game here without getting punched out of it. So there are a lot of places where we can use Overcharge a lot more aggressively now. Because it is pretty good damage, but the problem is it can be canceled fairly easily, at least in hard mode. So it is a nice little thing that we can get out of it. So red does functionally have infinite MP here. So we're actually going to be using him as a heal battery for the rest of the dungeon. I just need to make sure that I top him off before... Or I top off Red, or Cloud, Barret, and Tifa before they split up. Because they will have to be on their own for a significant amount of time, so I want to make sure they have enough HP. So that I don't have to waste too much of Barret or Tifa's MP healing. Ideally, we don't have to heal at all, but that's not realistic, honestly. That's why we have Cure on a lot of characters. But the nice thing about having an 8,000 MP means we can Cure pretty much indefinitely. The only, like, downside is we have to wait for it to actually hit the target. So we got, like, about an hour left here or so. We have just a few bosses, but they're kind of spread out a bit. Luckily, they're not too... They're pretty reasonable. The final boss of this area, Demon Wall, is actually pretty difficult, but for the most part, if you do these areas right, you should be fine. I do that fight in that particular way so that Firegut just kills everything consistently. Ideally, what happens is, like, one or two of the shield troopers go chase down Tifa or Aerith there, and then the other third class or the other shield trooper comes at Cloud, so I can just Firegut and kill everything.
This is the only way we can get them to the others. Now jump, goddammit. Okay.
I'm gonna heal up here because I can. You can jump along this ridge of the wall here, but if you accidentally hold too far left, you can jump back down and you lose like a minute. So it's not really worth it. It saves a couple of seconds being able to move quicker, but you gotta, you know, there's some times where you gotta, like, pick and choose, right? So the next big fight is the Dargon, which is gonna come after a billion, like, regular troopers here. We're gonna actually use Mind Blast again with Cloud, and then follow up with Erica with Aerith to finish off the troopers. And then from there, we have to go into the dragon fight. The dragon's head is mainly what we want to target. Immediately, we're going to rush down the dragon and bait out a counterattack with Cloud so that we get ATB and we can also activate Berserk. And during all that, we're going to be somersaulting with Tifa to break the head. All this setup should allow me to set up Sonic Boom and Berserk, and then immediately ATB boost into a Blizzaga and a Arcane Ward so that I can actually do the damage that I need to. Uh-oh. I need to be here. ATB boost, Mind Blast, Iriga. Should be fine, hopefully. Is that it? Okay. Red. Iriga, Aerith. Right, let's go. Limit head. This is not good. Sonic Boom. ATB boost. Yeah, we're gonna have to reset. My ATB is too low. That's super frustrating. I should have reset immediately when I saw how bad my ATB was. Limits. So head. ATB boost. Arcane Ward. Cloud. Into Blizzaga.
Keep it together. Let's do this. Come on. You ready?
That's very unfortunate, but sometimes your ATB is just really screwy in this fight, and there's not much you can do about it.
Hold up.
I think it's because I accidentally perfect guarded, probably. Arcane Ward, Cloud into Blizzara.
Don't overdo it. Run the road. Watch this.
Blizzaga.
Take him down.
I'll take care of this.
Unfortunately, lost some time having to reset the red dragon there, but honestly, the only way I could have avoided that more of that time loss was just giving up sooner. Because with the ATB that I saw, I was pretty sure it wasn't going to be recoverable. I was hoping that what I could do is I could just stance change, get the last little bit of ATB. And I may have been able to do that if I'd done it in a slightly different order. The problem is that the inputs are so tight that those Blizzigas I cast have to go out like immediately. Because it just a little bit longer and those Blizzigas won't hit during pressure. And then your stagger bar goes from like 80% full to like 30% full, making the fight pretty much unwinnable at that point. Which is why I ditched early, because I knew my Blizzigas would never hit. I should have ditched a little bit earlier though, because the problem is I think I perfect guarded by accident. It's getting the counter there and the proper ATB is a bit frustrating, honestly. Nicely, though, even though we have Ice for the boss fight, we don't have it on MP Absorb. We do have Fire, Ice, Swift Cast, though, so we can cast the spells pretty quickly. The downside, however, is we don't have Magic Focus, so the damage is a little bit weaker. And we also... Actually, that's probably not true. But we don't have MP Absorb. So the whole time I'm doing that fight, my MP is slowly but surely running out. Fortunately, however, as long as I have a little bit of MP to cast Fyriga or even Fyra on that next fight that I got in, I can recover pretty much all my MP immediately. Though the way that MP Absorb works with like its 0.03% return rate and your uncapped damage from Genji Glove, you can usually go from like 15 MP to full. If you have 18 for a Gospel, it will refill your MP like multiple times over, more or less. Ugh. So our Iron Giant fight here is pretty rough, so we do have a lot of time to save here. The thing is, I gotta be very careful about how I deal with Iron Giant. Iron Giant's big gimmick is that it needs to be staggered to knock a block down so you can progress to the next area. So we actually don't want to kill Iron Giant immediately. We actually want to wait until we get Sharpen. And then from there, Sharpen will pressure Iron Giant, but also will put us on a timer to where he'll use Thanos Blade, which will like one-shot everything within range, no matter what. And it will also de-sharpen at that point. The one thing I've got to be careful of is that I don't accidentally interrupt Sharpen, which is a huge issue. The thing is that I'm going to cast Thundaga with Barret at some point, and there's a decent chance that I accidentally hit Sharpen if I'm not paying attention to the patterns. If my ATB building is bad, there's a very good chance that it'll be an issue. And if that comes up, I won't use Thundaga at all. I'll just cast Haste on like Cloud and Yuffie or Cloud and Tifa or some shit. So, luckily I have enough options. I can also cast Stop as well if things get really sideways and recover from there. Ideally, you don't cast Stop, though, because that slows down how quick Sharpen comes out. Really what we're looking for is canceling moves as efficiently as possible so that we can force Sharpen out immediately. Because Sharpen comes after a certain number of moves. I think it's like... I'm not really sure of the number. I just kind of have like a general awareness of when it happens. I think it's like 10 moves or something. It might be a little bit less. It's one of those things where it's like it has a very obvious pattern if you practice it enough and you know. Ideally, you get United Refocus between Cloud and Barret going. And you kind of have to do that because you want to get 3 ATB Focus Shot. There, you could also try Corsair's Compass as well on Barret, which gives him 3 ATB if he uses 5 distinct moves, which is an interesting idea. Anytime game. Whenever that skipping happens, I always get worried that the game's going to soft lock. We get some life stream here. So the whole gimmick with this segment is we're going to be picking up life stream as we kill enemies, break rocks, or there are just some bits of life stream floating around here. That will give us buffs for the entirety of the area. And our level 1 buff is Faith, our level 2 buff is Faith plus Regen, and level 3 is Faith plus Regen plus Barrier and M Barrier. Honestly, the Faith would be nice, but we actually don't want that, because it'll give us too much damage for the boss to the point where we can over-damage and screw things up, so we want to avoid that if possible.
So it's my turn? Watch out for high wind, busy? Okay. I think we're almost done. So long. Can't fault him for trying.
Whatever. I got lucky there. Sometimes the frog makes your life really stink. But decided to play that a little bit. You're supposed to ATB boost there immediately, but I forget. Because sometimes, some of these phases, Aerith has both First Strike and Choco King Cape. So she starts with 2 ATB. And then there's some areas where she has Choco King Cape only, and she's supposed to ATB boost over and over again. And I kind of forget. Luckily, that fight went very well, so I didn't really lose too much time. But yeah, for now we get Faith and Regen, but we're going to be giving that up before the next fight, so it doesn't really matter. We pick up just enough Faith to get, or Lifestream to get through these areas.
You don't think anything bad'll happen to them, do you?
So long as Cloud can keep it together.
So we're just trying to get down here. We actually want to start a fight and switch over to Red and just move. Ancient Dragon here can do quite a bit of damage. He does have a missile move that tends to hit. Okay, I'll deal with that in a second. That does allow Red to use Reaper's Touch, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a good idea. The main thing is he has Synergy Lightning right now, so he can, he will get locked into doing Synergy attacks before I can tell him to do Reaper's Touch. And a lot of these fights, we're just going to be spamming attacks with Aerith. So he's going to more or less get locked into the Synergy spam. Synergy doesn't get used nearly as much in Remake because with damage cap break and a few other things and a lack of Fury Rings, it turns out spamming like low-tier spells is not as efficient as spamming one high-tiered spell twice. So that's why we end up not using Synergy, because before, since we had damage cap, we could just pile on more damage by just spamming spells ridiculously fast, with like Skill Master and a few other setups. But with damage cap break, we can do way more by casting one tier 3 spell instead of several tier 1 spells. Gonna get rid of our Faith here, which sets us up for another fight. And then I want to Somersault, Lance Protector with Tifa.
Let's go.
Okay. We will heal up, but only before the boss, because we might take some damage. I probably won't bother healing up Barret, actually. Because the only thing that really Barret's at risk of dying to is Condemned, and that'll one-shot him anyway, regardless. Condemned is just a one-shot move, period. Alright. This is the last, or, well, this is one of the last boxes we gotta push. There is one other one the game expects you to push, but we don't need to. We only need to knock the one off the pillar with Iron Giant so that we can progress. The other box that you're supposed to be, like, using it together with is completely unnecessary to hit. Let me up. Thank you. I'm gonna top Cloud off here. Barret, if Barret dies, he got hit by Condemned, honestly. Alright, let's switch over to irongiant.exe.
Let's take a look.
As you may see, I have about 4 minutes and 20 seconds to save here, so yeah, this fight's a little bit scary, honestly. I'm gonna let go of this early so that it stays there if I have to reset. That's my fault.
No escape. No holding back. It's on you.
Guess it's my turn. One shot at a time. Ain't getting no mercy, club. What's the ball?
Take it over.
Synergy ability, United Refocus. There we go.
Giving it my all. Watch yourself.
Keep it together.
Wrong. Focus, ATB boost, overcharge.
Let's do this.
That was really lazy of me. I shouldn't have done it that way.
No escape.
All right, it's time.
I should have just cast literally anything. Whatevs. So the next fight here is Reno and Root and a couple of froggies. So one of the things I didn't really address is, unfortunately, if you're walking over unlevel terrain, the game likes to kick you out of the tactical menu. Okay, good. So ideally, we just go into this next fight with full HP. Obviously, or honestly, we shouldn't have any issues with this fight. Reno and Root is a no-hit fight, or at least it should be a no-hit fight for the most part. At least for us. They're going to get hit a lot. The other thing is we have a couple of frogs and the iguanas that we have to deal with here. So we're actually going to start with our ice moves that we get from the folio. That'll actually make them get staggered very easily. So from there, I should be able to spam fire spells to... yeah, we're not going in this sub 8 full HP. There's no reason to at this point.
Let's hang back. Get ourselves some popcorn.
Into Snow Flurry C, B.
Unless the monsters
Excuse me? That's super annoying.
Just in case.
You're gonna feel this one.
Burn.
Got you. We can do this.
These assholes are better than I remember.
What's this not good enough?
Fire into, that's wrong. Star Shower. Zara. Fire.
Let's finish this.
Okay, we need to take First Strike from Tifa, First Strike from Cloud, and then I believe it's Swift Cast over MP up. Yep. Yep, okay. We're good to go. Good to go, good to go, good to go. Alright, so Aerith has First Strike and Choco Cape now, so we go Era, ATB boost, Era.
You're gonna get windy. Every little bit. You'll be blown away. That's over.
So we want to jump after all of these because the animation is quite slow to come out of it. It may seem like the jumping is excessive or slower, but trust me, it's not. The recovery animations after, or the finishing animations after all this, like the praying and the hitting with the rod, are very slow. Right here, we need to grab a certain amount to open up the next passageway. There's also a very loud explosion when I kill the enemies in the next area. So please keep that in mind. If you are sensitive to audio, or you're an audio tech, you can also turn that off. And then I'll let you know when it's gone again. It might be better to just mute the channel in general, so that nobody hears it.
Okay, then enjoy the ride. Watch out. Gotta dig deep for this one.
Seriously?
You're still doing okay, right? Your one-stop progress shop.
That's so ridiculous. I can't believe I had to cast Erora and... That was ridiculous. I'm not happy with that. These fights right here can be very frustrating, so I gotta be on the ball.
Get him!
Which one's warping? Okay, I need you to reach that guy. Thundera.
Sorry about that.
Thundera.
You ready?
ATB boost. Into breach. Hectite.
This should make you stronger. Let's even things up. Too bright? Someone looks kind of shaky. Gotta go.
Nice. This fight goes a little bit faster if Red stays alive, but there's no way to tell if that'll actually be the case or not. Even if he wasn't in crit, he'd pretty much die to anything. The only difference is if he wasn't in crit, Drain wouldn't immediately kill him, but it'd be pretty close. I want to top everybody off here. There's no reason to not do it. Honestly, it shouldn't come up, but... This next fight right here can be a little bit annoying as well. I need to be careful with how I do it, or else this gets super mega ultra annoying. So I need to remember, it's Arcane Ward, ATB Boost, Aeroga, and then make sure you hit the Flying Idiot. Reach.
Too bad.
Arcane Ward, ATB Boost, Aeroga.
That'll do. That's the way to do it.
What is even happening here? Excuse me.
Watch out for him. I think we'll enjoy the ride. Come on, team.
Did I even cast Aeroga? Whatever, bro.
I think we're done here. Now, let's
It's
get back to
fine.
it, shall we?
Aeroga. It's fine, we got enough MP anyway. Yuffie may not be able to cast Firaga, though, with how her MP looks. I'll figure it out. As long as she can cast Thunder, it's alright.
They should have been here by now. What's the whole...
Spare us both the effort.
Thunder.
No.
Lena.
Remember that I tried to
We're not.
Alright.
Sorry about that.
That was backwards, but whatever.
Hey, my God.
Okay, Red's dead, that's nice.
Check this out.
This is super annoying. That was really frustrating. Thundaga. HP boost. Era. Bound blast. Firaga. Aeroga. That was very rough. Alright, Red. Alright, we made it through. It was not the best fight, but it could have been much, much worse. I believe it's this corner I want to come into. Yep. So, we've got some dialogue cutscenes here with all the characters. Not much special, but just some yippity-yap, yippity-yap. Don't bring me to the cutscene back or something like that. Yeah, that was really awkward. Alright, let's go.
What is this?
Alright, cool, I guess.
Be real.
Screw you!
I want to say PB is still possible, but Nibelheim was such a shit show with the boxes. I think I lost a ridiculous amount of time. That's so frustrating. I'd rather lose it to, like, fight execution than a minigame, but I guess I'm molding less because of it, so... Still not happy about it.
This is...
So tomorrow is going to be another practice day because I have an appointment and a few other things to do, so I don't have enough time to do a full run. Or at least not in the morning, which is when I like to get it done, so that I feel like I have enough time to reset if I would like to.
No! Wait!
Whoa.
This is fine. Not scary at all.
The claws away, boss. At least while we're in Shinra territory.
Alright, let's go.
Sonon?
Hey, boss. Want to try treading a little lighter this time? No point fighting if we don't have to. Boss, I don't think we'll be back here anytime soon, so make sure you're ready for anything.
Alright, let's go. This one takes forever.
You gotta keep going.
Alright, we got a couple more cutscenes going on, and then we should be good to go. Big one is getting through Demon Dangan Wall in one pace. And by one piece, I mean just not dying. Surviving Demon Wall is the important portion of the run. Dude, I'm gonna be annoyed if this is another 442 because the box fiasco.
Boss! Almost.
Hey, Barrett, welcome home.
Thanks for looking out, Barrett.
How's the reaction?
Bet you're aching for a nice hot shower. Myrna! Where are you, baby?
Alright, so what's going on here? Nothing much besides story. Gonna bop this door open with our feetsies.
Out of my way.
Alright, now we only have one more cutscene boss left to go. And then we can get the heck out of here.
What if we went on an adventure? An adventure? A big one. To somewhere far, far away. Without the men in white? And the needles? Would you get better there? Yes, sweetheart. I think I would. Then let's go.
Alright. So we're heading into Demon Wall. He's more or less going to be the gatekeeper of this run. Unironically. Demon Wall can be a very vicious fight. Last couple of times it worked out pretty decently, but, you know, you never know. I'll make the rest of this work. Okay, get out of my way. Yeah, so Demon Wall is a pretty rough fight. The big trick with Demon Wall is I need to make sure that I go into the second phase with both Prime Berserk, Faith, and enough ATB to cast Firaga twice. So I have to cast Firaga, initiate Skill Master, and then ATB boost from there and Firaga again. That'll get rid of the far wall and make my life a lot easier.
I'm sorry.
Worst case scenario, I just need to take care of the close wall after that, and I do have plenty of ATB to handle it. I just need to turn around, Spellbound Blast, and then fire the far wall again if possible, and that should clean everything up. The big thing is I gotta make sure to use Thunder Out with Aerith, because sometimes the Firagas aren't enough. Especially if the Prime Berserk falls off. Prime Berserk is very nice. It gives a 50% damage bonus at the cost of taking 50% more, but maintaining it is a lot harder than you would think. With regular Berserk, all you have to do is be in Punisher stance and then land that stab. For Prime Berserk, however, the only way to activate it is hit 2 subsequent hits while in Prime mode. The first hit is not part of it, but the first hit in Prime mode will get you a Berserk, and the second one after that, as long as it lands, will give you Prime Berserk. That damage bonus is super nice, but it also, let's see here, First Strike, that goes to Tifa, and then it's Swift Cast back to Cloud. But, because of that, resetting your Prime Berserk and re-establishing it and getting the 10-second timer back is not as easy as it might seem. Getting the initial Prime Berserk is sometimes very frustrating too, because if bosses are very mobile or they have very jank hitboxes, it can be very inconsistent to land the 2 hits back-to-back. And Demon Wall is one of such, where his head movement can lead to your Prime Berserk missing if you don't do it properly. You have to do a lot of setup to make sure that your Spell Blades hit and your Prime Berserk hits on Demon Wall consistently. It's a very annoying boss, honestly. Alright. So we got a couple of enemies coming up in between now and Demon Wall, so ideally what we do is we just everything. Just magnified tier 3, GG. Well played, get out of my face.
taking over.
Giving it my all.
Okay, good. I accidentally fire good there with Cloud, but luckily they were both on top of each other, so it wasn't a big issue. The main thing here is that we have a couple of fights that are not necessarily difficult, but not extremely easy either. And if I don't heal up in between, or right after the fight, there's going to be some, like, pseudo cutscenes about the Ancients and Genova, blah, 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 blah. I wouldn't mind them if it wasn't for the fact that it locked you out of the tactical menu the entire time, so you actually can't open your menu. You can't heal. You have to wait for the entire cutscene to play out. So each one of these fights, I need to be careful with how I handle them so that I can reliably get into the next fight and avoid dying.
Though in time we triumphed over the calamity visited upon us by the stars, tragedy would nevertheless be our ultimate reward. For the children of man feared us. For the children of man envied us. Perhaps their enmity was seated by our celestial adversary. None can say. Regardless, we have been forsaken by fate, abandoned to unquenchable anger and unbearable grief, condemned and driven forth, powerless to forestall the coming of our end.
Get him!
Keep it together. My turn.
GG. Now, this next fight's a little bit weird. We have an Adamantoise and a Planet Protector. The Planet Protector is more or less going to be a punching bag for us, so it might help us out. It might make the fight more obnoxious. It really depends. The main thing is we want to get the Adamantoise staggered ASAP. The big thing, however, is for whatever reason, if you kill the Adamantoise in this fight with Cloud, or anybody with MP Absorb for that matter, with a spell, the MP Absorb won't activate, and I need to make sure that I go into Demon Wall with max MP here so that my damage is as high as it gets, because I really need that extra 10% damage to make sure that I do enough in every one of these phases. So, we need to make sure Tifa gets the kill here, while Cloud gets him staggered. That's basically Cloud's job right now.
Thus did it fall into a deep slumber, and in the long silence of its sleep, it was given
This cutscene takes forever, which is kind of annoying, but it is what it is.
Heed well our warning of that which is to come. The reunion. When our adversaries scatter malignancy shall converge to plague the planet once more.
Just in case. Don't overdo it.
Here goes. We're gonna feel this. Maybe this will do the trick. Needs more magic. Tagging out.
Hang back.
You'll be blown
No
away.
Let's finish this. Deal with that.
Come on. Your shot. So is mine. You take over for
Let's
me?
do this.
Oh, that's gonna be really awful.
Won't give up. No escape.
Wait till you get in there.
Time to get serious.
I see it. Let's do this for you.
All the times.
Good night.
Unfortunate. Took a lot more damage than I wanted to there. Alright, we'll suck it up. Aerith will be fine. No, get down. Get down! Oh my gosh, I hate this so much. Alright, Aerith, I'm just gonna have to ask you to not die, please. Oh man, the movement here is actually pretty good now that I'm not getting stuck on the wall again. Nice, alright. Let's go! Go in there, please.
Getting kind of cramped in here. Not good. Let's get serious. Why don't you leave it? How shocking. Another. Go on.
Limits. Firaga. Far wall. ATB boost. Firaga into Thundera.
No way! There! Watch out for that!
Alright, not the best, but we made it out. Whew! 420 blaze it, boys! Man, we almost had the meme number. We almost had the meme. Well, whatever. So, heading into the final fight here, we have a few things that we have to do beforehand, and most of it's just cutscenes. So we got plenty of time for whatever. We do have one pre-final boss fight. There's actually 4 white whispers that fight us. In the previous game, we had to fight a lot of whispers, and that was an annoying side thing. Luckily, in this next segment, we have some pretty easy ones. We won't have access to any of our tactical menus, so it'll just basically be spin to win. Hold square, do the spin moves. Hold square, do spin move. Beep, 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 beep. People call it cleave, but I call it spin to win because I think it's funnier, because it's literally what you're doing is you're just spinning to winning. It is pretty reductive, but that's like the best move Cloud has is his finisher. Does a lot of damage, builds a lot of ATB, hits really hard for a physical, or a normal attack rather.
Not still. We're getting out of this one.
Can't let his death be in vain.
But yeah, the ghosts I'm gonna do some setup on to try and just min-max my damage, so hopefully it goes as quickly as possible. Ideally, we just spam a ton of like high-tiered Firagas with Sonic Boom and Prime Berserk up to the point where we can just clip through them pretty quickly. But yeah, here we're gonna pick up the Black Materia. More or less falls in line with the story at this point. A lot of this game has a little bit of a different approach to achieving the same story beats, but more or less the game follows the same line. There's just some different story beats in between and some interactions that were not in the initial game. But like I said, I kind of look at this game in a different way than everybody else does. I don't concern myself too much with it deleting the original story. If anything, I actually look at it as an optional add-on to like a post-story event or a possible retelling of the original game. But I don't really put it in the bucket where it's like this has to have happened, you know, so it doesn't really ruin much for me. I'm more of a like more is better type thing. I definitely try to make sure that I look at things in a way where it's like, you know, do people enjoy this? Then I'm not going to tear it down if I can avoid it.
Gotta be careful. That's that.
Okay. So that fight right there is not the one I was talking about. Those are the ones where you have no options. I need to follow Aerith into the ancient forest here for a bit. This is all pretty much on rails. No matter what I do, it's going to progress at the same rate. The only thing is, like, once we get to the point here where it shows us to do R2 to crawl, we can just ignore it because we're on a timer at that point. So once we hit the ground here, now we're on a timer. Doesn't matter what we do. So the next fight is going to be against 4 white ghosts, and gosh, do they have a ton of HP. So what I'm going to do is build up to 2 ATB real quick with my spins. Throw a Prime mode in there, try and get a Prime Berserk, and then start spamming Fyra and Firaga to clean up the room as quickly as possible. Oh, I should have skipped the cutscene there sooner. Derp. I totally forgot that once, like, the R2 goes away, you can skip the cutscene there. Oops.
So...
And this is the final chapter. We have a lot of dialogue with everybody that's going to just make this take a while. The big thing coming up is actually the final boss itself. It's a 3-phase fight. and the first 2 phases are made up of like 6 or 7 phases apiece. So it's very much a fight that builds on itself. The first phase is a setup for the second phase, is a setup for the third phase. In a lot of these, the first one, phases 1 and 2 are setups for like phases 5 and 6, or 6? I'm not. And then there's like 3 independent phases in the middle where it's 2 teams versus Genova, trying to mimic the multi-party fight of the original game, which I think it does a good idea of doing, or it's a good implementation. The follow-up fight is Sephiroth / Bizarro Sephiroth. And a lot of those phases, once again, feed into each other. So the first 2 or 3 phases are like Cloud and Zack, and then it's Cloud solo, and Cloud needs to finish up those second 2 phases on his own. So the first phase will be set up to make sure that I can clear phase 2 and phase 3 efficiently and without dying. Because he will use Fallen Angel on me, and if I don't do the fight in a particular way, I have to survive with 1 HP. You get your HP revived at the very end of the fight anyway, for the final 3rd phase of the fight that's completely independent of the others. The reason it's, like, independent is it's a new enemy, a new Sephiroth. So his, like, HP and stagger and all that is reset. The only thing that isn't reset is Cloud's, like, limit and his MP and HP. He does get an HP refill when we do approach that final phase, but his MP does not. Fortunately, however, we have MP Absorb and Fire here, so we don't really run out of MP at all. Unless we miss menu somewhere along the way and accidentally delete the MP Absorb. Once again, we do have Magic Focus for damage buffing, but you have to remember that you can only get one of those at a time. Double dipping on Magic Focus on the same element will not boost its damage 50%, only 25%. So a lot of this is making sure we have Skill Master, ATB boost, all these ATB doping materia in a efficient manner.
These ones white. Don't know. They sure don't like us. Heads up.
Excuse me.
You're gonna feel this.
Damn it! Okay, we're just gonna go Prime here.
Ready? That's it. Calling fire.
What the funk?
No.
You got this.
That better fully revive him. Oh, thank gosh. Alright, so that kinda stunk. I have never seen that happen before, but now I have. Which is super cool, and by that I mean that was not cool. Wait. Actually, you need to have the elemental. This is supposed to be... No. This is supposed to be... what the fuck? Cloud's Magnify for air, it's elemental. And then this Magnify needs to be here. Yeah, okay, that's my fault. Into... Disorder. Demag. Bravery Faith. Unbridled. Bravery Mag. And we should be good. Okay. Okay. That was really goofy. That Arise there is gonna gimp Barrett's MP, but I should be fine? That's unfortunate. Ugh. Probably am gonna add 2 splits here, one for Sephi, one for Genova. Because Genova does have a few things you can do to make it faster, and there are some RNG elements that will allow you to end the first phase a little bit quicker. If you get Lachroma Expulsion or whatever it is, if you hit with a Spellblade in that instance, Genova will immediately eject the rest of your party members. If not, you have to wait for like anywhere between like 3 to 4 attacks before Genova starts ejecting your party and pushes into the next phase. Which is super annoying.
Faithful stewards, please, lend me your strength. I know I'm doing this wrong. I'll never probably
Got a really rough go of it here.
I may never learn.
Jeez. Jeez, I have never seen Cloud just get mauled like that before. It's probably because he had Prime Berserk active, but I've never seen them all, like, hit him with Drain like that. Because there was at least one or two of them that hit him at the same time, which was pretty rough.
So please.
Ugh. All right. Punisher, Berserk Stab, Sonic Boom. So a lot of this fight, we're going to be setting up Prime, Berserk, Berserk, and Sonic Boom over and over again to get the bonus damage. And then we're going to be using a lot of either counter hits on Sephiroth or Spellblade / Power Cleave to apply damage. Spellblade is extremely potent in this fight. It fights.
Heads up. Let's go. It's on you.
Yeah, I'm counting my piece of shit.
Do it. Hell yeah. With me.
Well, that's really annoying. Okay, Barrett, I'm gonna have to have you cure a Cloud here.
Ready?
You owe me one. Hey.
I've done it before. Do it again. Need a light.
A bit unfortunate, but fine.
Yeah.
This thing's going down.
Of course. Take the lead.
Yes, give 'em hell.
Hang back.
Overcharge here is a little bit unnecessary, but I like to make sure I have enough damage no matter what. Okay.
You good? Son of a gun thing's gonna be in a few minutes. Got that right. Scared away. Barrett!
I got it right where I want it. Kiss my ass.
Zerk. Ah!
Good to go, Nanaki.
That's my fault.
Couldn't have said it
Oh, that's bad. That's very, very bad, actually.
better. It's coming your way, you people.
Oh, we're not gonna have enough damage.
I just did this. You got it. Nothing has to be on the tube, right?
Hasn't been boring.
You can say that again.
That's very unfortunate. I'm gonna have to follow up here for sure. That's very frustrating. That phase went much longer than it was supposed to, so Berserk's gonna run out here. And I think I'm gonna have to Power Cleave. If I'm lucky, I'll be able to get that off.
You're ready to close it out in style.
Long as you guys can keep up.
That's gonna be super annoying, actually.
Can you help with that Cloud?
Let's finish.
That's very unfortunate, but it's fine.
Cloud, you ready for this?
Yeah. All right. Don't follow my lead.
Look at you taking charge. I like it.
Time to burn.
What the hell happened to you? You were a soldier. How come you turn your back on everything we stand for?
Easily.
Right. As long as you get what you want, who cares who gets hurt? Is that it? You really got it coming. With me.
Burn. Let's bring it home.
That's really annoying, but whatever. Sonic Boom.
Get ready.
Fine, whatever.
Justice Royals unite.
Didn't intend to get the stagger there, but it's okay because everything's set up. It's a lot better than having to reset.
Alone at last. Shall we?
No escape. Now.
Son.
Maybe a business time.
Ethan, they took him somewhere?
Tifa's ATB is so trash here, I'm gonna be honest. Not super happy with it.
This one's for Aerith.
This is bad! This is very bad!
Several
Come on! We gotta take out the hole! Let's finish this! Okay!
That's some bullshit. Bring it back like that.
The wings are healing it!
Alright, that's one more idiot down! I need to get Chain Slash 3 here for sure, though. Otherwise, I'm not going to do enough damage.
Embrace your dreams. And whatever happens, protect your honor as a soldier.
Gotcha! Let's settle this once and for all! We ready to rock! Focus! Bring it out the...
Oh, you piece of shit! Unfortunate. I definitely made that phase take a lot longer than it should have. What an annoying little jerk.
Hey, Butthead here's looking pretty banged up.
Call me crazy, but it feels like someone's helping. The wings are protecting me.
We
Oh,
gotta
oops.
take out the barrier. It's those stupid wings.
Whoopsie doopsie.
Hey there, jerk face.
Nothing's gonna stop us.
Come on, we're ending this.
Alright, it's time. ATB Ward Cloud, Sonic Boom. Perfect. Disorder, ATB Boost, Zerk Stab Firaga, Ward Cloud, Spellblade Radiant. So the pivot is Arcane Ward, Spellblade Radiant, Firaga, then Keep Loop. Dude, I could have PB'd if it hadn't been for that box nonsense. This is so annoying.
I saw what you did back there.
HB Reward, Cloud, Sonic Boom. What the?
Okay, let's finish this. Here goes, it's your turn.
Let's do this.
Oh, that's cool, dude.
Let's do this.
Oh, that's great.
So it's my turn? Get him! Can you take over for me?
That's great.
What do you think of this, Cloud? Is the
I got you. Let's end this.
Okay,
Alright. I'll show you what it's your turn.
I got this.
You ready?
Burn. Shall I sever your fate? Just in case, time to burn. With me. Come on. It's on you.
I'll take care of them. You take over.
Let's do this.
Go on.
Call it fire. You ready?
As I'll ever be.
Super annoying.
Time to burn.
Get him. Ready? Coming. Okay.
End this now.
I need you to drop Radiant Ward on me.
say your goodbyes?
Call it fire.
Oh my god, that is the wrong spell, dude.
Hang back. No escape. Keep it together.
That's such a bad time. I hate that so much. That is such a dog shit PB. Oh my god. I want to delete it. Alright, how much time did I lose against that shit box? Okay, where is it? So, we had... Wow, we were in kind of a rough spot anyway. Save the time and dine, and then... We lost a fuck ton of time in the mansion. We lost the whole thing in the mansion. Then got screwed over in the Abzu fights. And then Tifa missed 2 somersaults, one on Abzu and one on Reno and Elena. Dragon fight, I mistimed the ATB boost, I guess? I don't know how I keep, like, saving a bunch of time here on Iron Giant. Something's fucked up. I don't know what's going on.
We are cleared for takeoff.
But, wow, this run's just absolute shit. Just absolute shit. Well, whatever. Slight improvements.
It's not fair.
Man, this run is just kind of like meh across the board. But we are treading water, which I'm happy with. It was fine until we hit Genova. And then it just kind of got stupid from there. Yeah, because I got fucking silenced. This is PB now. Previous PB is at 42.27. So I fucking PB'd by a whopping 30 seconds or something like that. Alright. Them's the breaks. Let's find somebody to raid. That's the law of the land. Is there anybody to raid? Are you actually doing runs? Hold on. I would be able to tell very quickly if the motherfucking Twitch player didn't say, here, have ads, stupid. Whatever. Alright. We're gonna close the splits and save that.